Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the Voice of the Patient Forum, the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting for facioscapulohumeral muscular dystrophy, or FSHD. We're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, not too far away from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters in Maryland. To open today's meeting, it's my pleasure to introduce Mark Stone, the Chief Executive Officer of the FSHD Society.
Thank you, James. It's my privilege to welcome you to the FSHD Voice of the Patient Forum, which is the patient-focused drug development meeting designed to allow the FDA to hear directly from you, our patients, and their caregivers about a family's journey in FSHD, as well as what a suitable therapeutic intervention might look like. You know, it's been said that people working together in a strong community with a shared goal and a common purpose can make the impossible possible. Since its founding almost 30 years ago by two patients, Dan Perez and Steve Jacobson, the FSHD Society has been working to catalyze a global community of families, clinicians, researchers, industry, funding, and government agencies to work together with a shared goal and a common purpose of accelerating research toward treatments and a cure through an engaged and empowered community. For instance, the FSHD Society has expanded our reach, launching almost 30 chapters nationally while initiating country-specific patient groups, leading to the formation of the World FSHD Alliance, seeking to ensure that the patient voice has both a local platform and global amplification. The FSHD Society has funded millions of dollars in research building the field while investing in targeted research into the cause and ultimately the treatments for and cure for FSHD. And we have advocated passionately for FSHD and all muscular dystrophies, having helped write the MD CARE Act, which then led to the creation of an NIH-funded Wellstone Center for FSHD research. In 2016, we provided funding to launch the FSHD Clinical Trial Research Network, which is the cornerstone of our strategy in clinical trial readiness, and a great example of the synergy of philanthropic funding, public project support, and private industry investment, working together towards a common goal. Enlarging that network from its original 4 to now 19 sites in the US and Europe, while advancing the understanding of disease progression through the RESOLVE study, which is the largest observational study in FSHD. And just last year, the FSHD Society convened a landmark meeting attended by the FDA, as well as biopharmaceutical companies, academic researchers, and like-minded patient organizations. The workshop, a precursor to today's event, introduced the FDA to FSHD muscular dystrophy and why science thinks the FSHD is treatable, and the progress that has been made toward clinical trials were made plain. As we move into our program today, allow me to underscore that this meeting would have not been possible without the engagement and involvement of our presenters and panelists, and you, our families, with almost 600 registered participants and many more listening. This is your day, and it's important that we hear your story and your thoughts and desires for safe and effective therapies. I also want to express my appreciation to the members of the FDA, both to the team of individuals that met with us regularly, providing guidance and understanding on this process, as well as those of you who are joining us today. It means the world to our families to have you prioritize your time to listen, to understand, and to care. Thank you. I want to give a special shout out to the FSHD Society staff, a lean group of talented, passionate professionals that'll move heaven and earth, if they have to help our families. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude for the generous support of our sponsors, Optum, Fulcrum Therapeutics, friends of FSH research, and the MDA, who understand the vital importance of the voice of the patient in accelerating research and therapeutic development, and represent yet another example that people working together in strong community with a shared goal and a common purpose can make the impossible possible. At this time, it's my pleasure to welcome Paul Mehlmeyer to share with us as we begin our day. Paul is the Director of the Regulatory Affairs at MDA, a strong believer in the patient voice in therapeutic development, and a supporter of today's meeting. Paul?
Well, thank you so much, Mark. Those are very kind words, and the Muscular Dystrophy Association could not be more grateful to participate and co-sponsor today's Voice of the Patient Forum for the FSHD community. As Mark said, I am Paul Mehlmeyer. I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs at the Muscular Dystrophy Association. And before we get into the importance of today, I just want to say a few words about MDA. We are committed to transforming the lives of people living with muscular dystrophy and related neuromuscular diseases. So let me tell you a little bit about what that means on the next slide. So we've been around for about 70 years at this point, and in those 70 years, we have funded over $1 billion of research into neuromuscular diseases. We also have over 150 care centers at some of the top medical institutions around the United States, and this is all to serve the approximately 250,000 individuals in the neuromuscular disease patient community. And that's 43 individual disease communities, FSHD being one of those. In the last 5 years, we've seen 9 new medicines approved by the Food and Drug Administration for neuromuscular diseases. And we're really excited for the progress that we're making across neuromuscular diseases in advancing therapeutic development. And we're hopeful that today's meeting will be a huge step towards a new therapy for FSHD, hopefully very shortly. Let's move on to the next slide just to give a few words on the importance of today, but also more generally about the importance of patient involvement and specifically the FSHD community patient involvement at the FDA. Because the voice of the neuromuscular community at FDA is you. It's the families, it's the patients, it's those who are actually living with the disease and experiencing living with FSHD. So today, as Mark said, it's a patient-focused drug development meeting, and there's a long history of successful patient-focused drug development meetings in neuromuscular diseases. We've already had meetings in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and there have been other meetings in Friedreich's ataxia or mitochondrial diseases, spinal muscular atrophy, all examples of communities that have successfully put forward patient-focused drug development meetings such as today's. You know, patient-focused drug development isn't all about meetings, it's also about collecting the data on the experiences and perspectives of those in the neuromuscular disease community on what it's like to live with FSHD or what it's like to live with a neuromuscular disease. This data can then be very instructive and very helpful to Food and Drug Administration as they're considering new therapies. So your perspectives are incredibly important in informing the Food and Drug Administration on just what it's like to live with FSHD. But, you know, patient-focused drug development isn't the only way to get involved with the FDA. There are so many other opportunities as well, just a handful of which are listed on this slide right here. You could consider becoming an FDA patient representative, in which you would actually be able to consult with FDA review divisions as they are considering new medicines for FSHD. You could also check out the FDA Patient Engagement Advisory Committee at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health. And this advisory committee reviews very important topics to the patient community, such as clinical trial participation or data security or other issues, and then advises FDA based upon those conversations. You should be keeping in touch with the FDA Patient Affairs staff, who is one of the central points of contact, kind of the front door, in a sense, for patients coming into the FDA looking for an opportunity to participate. The Patient Affairs staff has the Patient Engagement Collaborative, which is a body of patients that advise the Patient Affairs staff. And you can check out all of these opportunities and more at fda.gov/patients. You know, there's never been a better opportunity than right now to get involved in FDA opportunities for patient involvement. And, you know, today is a perfect place to start. You know, we're really pleased to be able to partner with not only FDA, but partners such as the FSHD Society on patient-focused drug development meetings, but also just getting patients more involved at FDA more generally. And we can't wait to listen to and hear from all the patients and families the rest of today And Mark, again, thank you so much for allowing us to participate today. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. At this time, it's an honor to have Dr. Michelle Campbell with us today. Dr. Campbell is responsible for stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes, Office of Neuroscience, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. And we so appreciate your participation. Dr. Campbell?
Thank you, Mark and James, and good morning to everyone. As Mark said, my name is Michelle Campbell, and I lead stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience. First, I'm happy to see so many patient, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. Over 600 families are attending, and that is great to hear. Thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the FSHD Society and all the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know that we were supposed to meet in person a few months ago, and I want to thank you for your flexibility and your commitment in participating today. I know we have other representation from industry and academia and other medical product development stakeholders participating online as well. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one of those in the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those of you who also play an important role. Additionally, we have colleagues from various offices and centers from the FDA attending. We share the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for SFHD. Know when we say medical product development, we mean this in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. We are here to learn from you and your experiences with FSHD. FDA protects and promotes the public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of the products outweigh the risk. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because we're hearing what patients care about and can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefit and risk of therapies and devices for FSHD. Over the last few years, over 50% of new molecular entity approvals have been in the rare diseases. We still have a long way to go as there are 7,000 rare diseases, but the FDA is committed to rare disease drug development. And as Paul has described, we have various ways to be engaged with the FDA and to hear from you. But at the heart, it is our patient-focused drug development work and meetings like this where we learn the most. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risks. We thank you for your participation, particularly during these unusual times, and we are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. So I thank you for being with us today, and I turn it back to Mark.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. That was great. It was a pleasure to have you. And it's a pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Catherine Wagner will join us to give a brief scientific overview of FSHD. Dr. Wagner is the director of the Center for Genetic Muscle Disorders at the Kennedy Krieger Institute and a professor of neurology at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Additionally, she is one of arguably the most prolific FSHD clinicians and loved by her patients. Dr. Wagner.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Catherine Wagner. I'm the director of the Center for Genetic Muscle Disorders at Kennedy Krieger Institute in Baltimore, Maryland. And it's a pleasure today to introduce you to facioscapulohumeral muscular dystrophy and to discuss the unmet medical need. So facioscapulohumeral muscular dystrophy, or FSHD, is one of the most common muscular dystrophies. It has a prevalence of around 1 to 8,000 to 1 in 20,000, depending on the population. It is an autosomal dominant disorder of families. It is extremely disabling. It can be life-shortening for those with respiratory insufficiency. This picture is of a mother and son who are affected, and her unaffected daughter and husband. So the FSHD phenotype is widely variable in severity. It is frequently marked by asymmetric involvement of muscles. The majority of people present in adolescence or early adulthood, and it is almost a pure skeletal muscle disease. Usually there are no extramuscular symptoms, although I will be discussing a couple that do sometimes occur. So it gets its name from weakness, fascio, of the facial muscles, where you can see a transverse smile, such on the top left, a eyelid closure weakness, such as on the bottom left, and buccal muscle weakness, such as on the right, where a patient is attempting to purse her lips, and in the bottom right, to blow out her cheeks. Scapulo stands for weakness of the muscles of scapular fixation. There is scapular winging, such as shown in the top left, and weakness and wasting of muscles overlying the humerus, the biceps, and the triceps. That's where humeral comes from. And you can see the supreme wasting in the top right, and then on the bottom left, you can see the difference in the musculature of the biceps and triceps compared to the forearms. In D, this is an example of the patient's inability to fully abduct his arms, and because his scapula are not fixed, they rise up, and this is called the double hump sign of the risen scapula and the deltoids. Now, many muscles are affected. Those muscles that I've mentioned are what is fairly unique to FSHD and what gives it its name, but there is also weakness of the pelvic girdle, the foot dorsiflexors, the abdominal muscles. And shown here is what is called the beaver sign, that as the patient attempts to sit up, his umbilicus moves towards his head, and this is due to decreased strength of the lower abdominal muscles compared to the upper abdominal muscles, and has some specificity in muscular dystrophy. Now, there are some forms of FSHD that are more severe. These have been called early or infantile onset FSHD. There is rapid progression with loss of ambulation, frequently does actually present as an infant who may have difficulty with suck. Here you see a child with infantile onset FSHD and significant facial muscle weakness even at an early age. And here he is as an adult who is severely disabled. Infantile or early onset FSHD is more likely to be associated with retinal vascular abnormalities and high tone hearing loss. And it is more likely to be associated with respiratory insufficiency. So let me discuss a little bit about the current management, which will give you a sense of the unmet medical need. There are no good pharmacological agents to prevent muscle wasting and weakness in FSHD. We often do recommend aquatic and physical therapy, and there have been publications that show that aerobic training improves exercise performance in FSHD. We recommend bracing, so particularly ankle foot orthoses for foot drop and abdominal binders for abdominal laxity. Because the patients frequently sleep with their eye open to prevent corneal abrasions, we recommend Lacrolube at night, artificial tears during the day. There are a few specific treatments to FSHD. As I mentioned, the early onset can have a retinal vascular abnormality. These are vascular telangiectasias, it's shown on the right, and a fluorescein angiography is recommended for those with the infantile onset, or if they have an abnormal retinal exam or family history of Coats syndrome in FSHD. And this is treatable with laser treatments. For those with scapular winging, which is most individuals, but who have good preserved deltoid strength, sometimes we recommend scapular fixation. This can reduce the pain that is associated with those weak muscles. It improves the arm abduction and extension. There's obviously less winging, and many patients like the aesthetic appearance of that. However, there are some significant risks. It is a big surgery. There are surgical risks, infection, pain. There's decreased pulmonary function to some extent, and there's a long rehabilitation time. There have been no randomized trials to assess really the risk benefits of this procedure. So this is an example of scapulofixation, which the patient has had on the right, and you can see the scar there. You can see that she has less winging than on the left, and you can also see that she can raise her arm significantly higher. And this is a patient who was very happy with the procedure. However, I have to say not everyone has such a good outcome, and not everyone is happy. So FSHD has a very complicated genetics. It's linked to a truncated repetitive region in the subtelomeric region of chromosome 4. Normally in this region, there are a number 11 to 100 macrosatellite repeats, 3.3 kilobase repeats called D4Z4 repeats. And in FSHD1, there is a contraction of these repeats so that there are only 1 to 10 repeats. Now, within each D4Z4 repeat unit, there is an open reading frame for a gene called DUX4. Now, if there is a D4Z4 repeat truncation and a permissive haplotype, this leads to this stable DUX4 transcript expression. So on the left shows how the permissive haplotype called 4QA allows there to be a stable DUX4 transcript expression, and this occurs at a very low rate, about 1 in 1,000 myonuclei, and the DUX4 gene is actually toxic to muscle, in addition to turning on a number of other genes whose effects in terms of pathophysiology is not completely known. On the right, you see a non-permissive allele called 4QB, which allows no poly-A to be added, and the DUX4 messenger RNA is degraded. So the D4Z4 repeat truncation leads to changes in the epigenetic regulation of the region. So normally, with 11 to 100 repeats, this is a highly methylated region with a closed chromatin structure, and there's transcriptional repression of DUX4. However, in FSHD1 with 1 to 10 repeats, there's loss of methylation, an open chromatin structure, and transcriptional activation of DUX4. Now, there's one additional nuance to FSHD. About 95% of patients are FSHD1 and have the genetic cause that I've described, with a contraction on chromosome 4 and with a permissive allele allowing DUX4 to be expressed. However, 5% of patients with FSHD do not have a contraction on chromosome 4, yet they have hypomethylation in this region. And this is due to mutations in other genes, such as MSCHD1 and DNMT3B, which allows a hypomethylation of this region. And again, it needs to be in the correct environment with the 4QA haplotype, which leads to DUX4 transcription and DUX4 protein expression. So the diagnosis of FSHD involves both clinical and molecular assessments. There's a specific clinical phenotype, such as I've outlined, and there's normal to slightly elevated creatine kinase. Genetic testing of FSHD1 is a determination of the number of D4Z4 units on chromosome 4 by Southern blot or genome-wide optical mapping. As I mentioned, one needs to have 1 to 10 repeats and have a permissive haplotype 4QA. The early infantile onset that I've described is associated with 1 to 3 units, D4Z4 units. Mild or reduced penetrance is associated with 8 to 10 units. And between this number, there is less correlation of the phenotype or severity of the phenotype to the size of the units. But one can say that on the extremes of early onset severity and mild or reduced penetrance, there is an association with the number of D4Z4 repeats. Genetic testing for FSHD2 also requires the permissive haplotype on chromosome 4, hypomethylation of the D4Z4 repeats, and a heterozygous pathogenic variance in SMCHD1 or DNMT3B. So knowing this pathophysiology, one can address targets for FSHD therapeutics. And these are some of the things that are being considered and pursued for FSHD. For example, you could target the 4Q subtelomeric D4Z4 locus. You could potentially overexpress SMCHD1 or modulate the histone acetylation. You could target DUX4 and try to knock down messenger RNA expression. And this is being done in a variety of different ways. Or you could inhibit DUX4 protein and binding partners. You could go after the DUX4 target genes. However, this is difficult because we don't know exactly which ones are important in the pathophysiology of the disease. And finally, you could target downstream pathology, such as the inflammation that is seen in FSHD with immunomodulatory drugs, or the atrophy with anabolic agents. So I'll conclude then. FSHD is one of the most common muscular dystrophies. It is marked by extensive muscle involvement with resulting disabilities. The genetic cause is complex and the pathophysiology is incompletely understood. And there are certainly insufficient meaningful treatments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. I want to hand this program now back over to James Valentine, who will be our moderator for the rest of the day. James has worked for the past 12 years as a champion for the patient voice in drug development. which started during his time at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison and actually helped establish this PFDD initiative. Since leaving the FDA 6 years ago, he's been integral to the transition of these meetings to externally led, which has opened up many more opportunities for patient groups like ours to organize meetings. And he's moderated over 2/3 of the over 30 that has had such meetings. We're fortunate to have James, as he's brought both that experience and, even more importantly, on a personal level, his heart in working closely with our team and families to plan this meeting, and has been an invaluable ally to the cause. We are in good hands today. James?
Thank you so much, Mark. It's truly a pleasure and an honor to be able to moderate today's meeting. I'm happy to say now that we've heard from a colleague from the FDA, as well as that clinical overview from a disease expert, we get to now turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from patients and their direct caregivers about the experience of persons living with FSHD. As was previewed, this patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering the patient perspective on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Campbell, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of FSHD to inform drug development and review. So far, FDA has held 26 of its own PFDD meetings, and today marks actually the 35th externally led PFDD, and due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it's the third fully virtual PFDD of its kind. Today's meeting is very much designed to be interactive. So I want to tell you a little bit about what you can expect in this meeting and what we'll be asking of you. First, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with FSHD and its impacts on daily life. We'll be doing that in this morning session. And then we'll take a break and we'll come back, and we're going to, in a second session, explore the various approaches to treatment. And we'll also be asking for your preferences for future treatment and participation in clinical trials. What will those two discussions look like? Well, we'll primarily be relying on 3 methods for hearing from you throughout the day. For each of the sessions, we'll start out and hear from a panel of patients and caregivers with FSHD. These individuals were selected to help set a good foundation for the discussion as they reflect a range of experiences. Of course, these don't represent all of the experiences with FSHD, and that's why they'll only be kicking us off, but then we'll be building upon that through a number of other methods for those of you who are following along today to be able to participate. The first way is we'll follow up on those panel discussions with a moderated audience discussion where I'll be asking all of you, patients and direct caregivers who are tuned in, to answer questions. We'll be inviting you to dial in by phone or to submit written comments in the comment feature that you see on the web page that you're following along with. I'll remind you throughout how you'll be able to do that, but we very much want and need to hear your input throughout these sessions. We've also invited some other members of your community to join us by Zoom, and they'll be providing their perspectives as well. We're also going to use a polling technology to help broaden the input that we receive today that will allow us to hear from all of our patients and caregivers who are following along with the broadcast. You'll be able to pull out your phone or tablet. We do recommend using a separate device, but you can also open a new web page in your browser, and we'll give you the information for how to do that when we get to our first set of polling questions in just a minute. These questions will be helpful to allow us to understand who we have participating in the audience, as well as the experiences of those individuals. And lastly, it's worth noting that today is not your only opportunity to comment, although we very much encourage you to do so. There will be an opportunity for you and for those who weren't able to participate live today. So if you're viewing this on demand, you'll be able to provide input, written input, through that written comment feature until the end of July, on July 31st. And all of that written input, both collected today and as follow-up to the meeting, will be included in a summary report, which is called the Voice of the Patient Report, which will be provided to FDA and published for drug developers and the other broader stakeholder community to be able to use. So before we get to that first set of polling questions, I do want to share a set of ground rules with you. We really are encouraging our individuals with FSHD and their caregivers, whether that's you're a spouse or a parent or other loved one, to contribute to the dialogue. We are limiting today's discussion because we want to hear from those individuals who are direct experts in FSHD, being patients and caregivers. Our FDA, drug developer, and clinician colleagues will be here to listen, so they will not be asking questions or sharing input throughout the program. We do understand that the views expressed today are going to be inherently personal. It's the nature of the questions we're asking, and the discussion may get emotional at times, and that's okay. We just ask that because of that we please be respectful for one another. That is paramount. And to that end, we do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, because we want to hear from as many voices as possible in the time that we have today. So with that now out of the way, we get to go to our first set of polling questions, which are some questions designed to help us understand the demographics of those that we have participating today. This is that time to pull out your phone, pull out a tablet, open up a new browser in your a web page in your browser, and go to that URL you see listed at the top of the website. It's pollev.com/FSHD. Again, that's pollev.com/FSHD. Once you go to that page, you just can keep that web page open all day. We'll be coming back to this throughout, and the questions will update live as we do so. So you'll be able to just keep that browser open and be able to answer questions throughout the day. Again, we are asking this only our individuals living with FSHD and their direct caregivers, their spouses, siblings, parents, other loved ones, to respond today. And that's reflected in this first question we have for you, which is to understand if you are a patient or a caregiver. So if you're an individual living with FSHD, please select A. If you are a parent or other caregiver of an individual with FSHD, please select B. Give you some time. We know you're getting into the polling software. We want to make sure that everyone can get in, access this the polling technology. That way we can capture all of your different responses to these different questions. We see that responses are still trickling in here as people are accessing the technology. Although I will say that as it stands, we're fluctuating just over and under about 75% of our patient community is being represented by individuals living with FSHD themselves, and about 1/4 of our participants today are caregivers of individuals with FSHD. So with that, we can go to our second polling question. So here we want to know where you live. If you are a caregiver, for the remaining questions, we want to ask you to answer these in terms of the patient for which you are caring. So here, where does the individual with FSHD that you care for live? Now, for this question, it likely is the same place, but in future questions, it'll be more apparent that you'll need to be responding on behalf of the patient. So your options here are A, in the U.S. Northeast, B, in the U.S. Mid-Atlantic, C, in the U.S. Midwest, D, in the U.S. South, E, in the U.S. Mountain Region, F, in the U.S. West, G, in Canada, H, in Central or South America, I, in Europe or the U.K., J, in Asia, K, in Africa, L, Australia or New Zealand, or M, some other area not listed on this slide. Please select the area that best represents where you live, or the person you care for, where they live. So while looks like everyone is access the technology, responses are coming in more quickly here. Maybe this may be an upset. Mark noted that I've helped with a number of PFDDs in the past. Usually the greatest participation is in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, but here we have a large contingency from the West. After that, we do have the Northeast, the South, and really all of the U.S. Covered with good representation across the board. Outside of the U.S., it looks like our largest contingencies today are from the Europe and UK. Also some representation from Canada. But great to see representation in every area. The only one that we don't have any representation for is Africa. We can go to our third polling question. So here, what is your age or the age of the patient for which you care? Is the patient younger than 18 for A? B, are they 18 to 29 years? C, 30 to 39 years? D, 40 to 49 years? E, 50 to 59 years? Or F, is the patient 60 years or older? All right, so while it looks like final responses are trickling in, it looks like our top two age ranges that are represented with the largest contingency today are those age 60 and older and patients aged 50 to 59. However, we do have just under 10% or around 10% for each of our younger age ranges. So a good distribution across the board, definitely more weighted towards the older age ranges.
James, this is what would be pretty typical for a slow progressing disease like FSHD. And we typically hear of symptoms that start earlier, but diagnosis begins around in the late teens, early 20s, and some of that. I'm really delighted that we have a group between 18 and say 39 years old, and that's represented today, as well as all the others that are coming in.
Thank you, Mark. I think that's great and a great way to take us into our next polling question. We'll continuing to try to get an understanding of who we have with us today. This is, do you or the patient that you care for identify as A, male, B, female, C, a gender variant or non-conforming, or D, prefer not to answer? So again, this is trying to understand information about the patient. So if you're a patient, respond for yourself. If you're a caregiver, respond for the patient for which you care. All right, we'll give you just a few more moments to answer here. It looks like we have just over half of our audiences are representing patients that are female, as well as just under half of our audience representing patients that are male. Thank you very much. If we can go to our fifth polling question. So to that point of diagnosis, here we want to know how long ago were you diagnosed with FSHD? And of course, for the caregivers, how long ago the individual you care for was diagnosed? Was it within the past 5 years for A? Is it between 5 and 10 years ago for B? Was it more than 10 years ago for C? Or D, not sure? So this is how long ago were you or the person that you care for diagnosed with FSHD? Well, results are trickling in. As it stands, it looks like more than 10 years ago. Mark, from what you were saying, it sounds like that is probably not surprising, given our audience is weighted towards those older age ranges.
Right.
But we do have 25% of our audience that was diagnosed within the past 5 years, and just over 10% that were between 5 and 10 years ago. So a good range of participants here. We have at least someone that is not sure of when diagnosis occurred represented as well. And if we can go to our final demographic polling question. And so this relates to that diagnosis. If you had a genetic diagnosis, what was the result? So options here are A, is it type 1, B for type 2, C if it was both type 1 and 2, D if the results were inconclusive, E if you're not sure, or F if you were never genetically tested.
One of the hurdles we have in this field is until just this year, it's been very expensive, very cumbersome to get a genetic test. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we have 78, 79% that have type 1 and have been tested apparently is a nice surprise, because usually if a family member has been tested and there's symptoms in other family members, they just don't go through with that testing. They just diagnose based on that.
Oh, that's a great insight. So as you're seeing, we have, it looks like over 80% of our individuals that do have a genetic diagnosis, about 75, 76 of those being diagnosed with type 1. And then we have some smaller cohorts that were diagnosed with type 2, both type 1 and type 2, and also some that were genetically tested, but the results were inconclusive. About just under 10% are not sure of whether, what the result was if they had that genetic testing, and then a little over 10% have not had that genetic testing, and that might be somewhat accounted for by what you were saying, Mark, in terms of having a family member diagnosed.
Right.
So that concludes our polling for demographics. Thank you so much. It's great to have that sense of who we have with us today, get a little bit of your background. Please, keep that polling open. We're going to come back to it throughout the session today, both in the morning and afternoon. I do promise that there'll be a little bit more interesting for you to answer as we actually get you to weigh in on some of your experiences and some of your thoughts and preferences. So that moves us into that first topic that I had mentioned. Now we want to explore with you what it is to live with FSHD. We want to understand those symptoms and the daily impact. We're going to do that through a number of discussion questions that will guide us. We're going to be asking you to help us understand the top burdens and symptoms that you experience. We want to understand why you view those as the most burdensome. We're going to try to understand how those have changed over time, whether that's day to day, week to week, month to month, or over the course of years. We want to understand not only the symptoms themselves, but also how the disease has impacted your daily life and the activities that are important to you that you've not been able to do or do as fully because of your FSHD. And then finally, we know that recognize that not everything with a disease is current or happens in day-to-day life or is something that you've already experienced, but might be something that's on the horizon, something as you get older or as your disease progresses. And so we do want to understand your fears, your worries, and your frustrations about getting older with living with FSHD. So to get us kicked off on this topic, we have a wonderful panel of members of your own community who are going to be sharing some of their experiences. We have Julie, Jeff, sorry about that. We have our panel line up. We have Julie, Jeff, Manuel, and Cardin, who will be sharing their experiences, and we're going to start off with Julie. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie, and my husband and I live in Corpus Christi, Texas, with our 4 children. We have 14-year-old fraternal twin boys and 2 younger children. Our journey with FSHD began in May 2016 when I attended the end of the school year award program for our twin boys. They had just turned 10 years old and were completing the 4th grade. I was proud of their academic achievements, yet puzzled as to why one of my sons didn't receive the award for physical exercise that all of the other students received. I talked with the coaches and learned that our son Noah was unsuccessful in doing sit-ups. My husband and I thought maybe the coaches didn't show him how, or he just didn't try, and we would have to help him learn at home. To our surprise, Noah was incapable of doing a sit-up. It was not a lack of knowledge. We took him to his pediatrician and inquired about physical therapy to help strengthen his muscles. After conversing with his doctor, we realized that maybe there was something more going on and not just the inability to do a sit-up. We did some research and realized that our son had many symptoms of FSHD for years, and we just did not know they were all connected. He sleeps with his eyelids slightly open. He is unable to whistle or blow up a balloon. He has a very small and flat smile, and he has winged scapula. Additionally, although he had played sports ever since he was 5 years old, his endurance was decreasing, and he wasn't able to keep up with his friends. A neurologist genetically confirmed his diagnosis in September 2016 when he was 10 years old. After receiving his diagnosis of FSHD, we let Noah take the lead regarding his participation in sports. We didn't want to deprive him of childhood sports and playing with his friends, but never wanted to push him to exhaust himself or his muscles more than he could handle. By the age of 11, he chose not to sign up for basketball or baseball. He has since then joined Boy Scouts and middle school band. Noah has enjoyed both activities, yet FSHD has continued to be a burden. He was unable to pass the swim test at Boy Scout camp, which deprived him of some swimming activities. He cannot walk with a heavy backpack for an overnight camping trip, and it is a significant challenge for him to go on a 5-mile hike with his fellow scouts. As Noah is unable to purse his lips, he was limited on the instruments he could select to play in band. However, he determined that he could play percussion, and he has taken a liking to this new hobby. As high school is starting in a few months, I worry that he won't be able to march in the marching band due to the inability to carry the drum over his shoulders. There are many limitations that Noah has, and FSHD impacts his life in so many ways. Over the last 4 years, we have chosen to modify our family activities and schedules to ensure Noah is able to participate. We recently went on a family hike, and 4 of our family members made it to the summit, and Noah and I turned back down the mountain due to his exhaustion halfway up. Lastly, a recent finding is that Noah is unable to raise his arms to comb his hair unless he uses one arm to support the elbow of the other arm. All of these examples seem like fun activities that he can't participate in, or trivial things that he can't do or enjoy. However, it is not too long before more meaningful activities are limited. Normal things like climbing stairs, carrying luggage, and reaching for something out of the cabinet we take for granted. These limitations are around the corner for Noah. As parents, we have definitely observed his disease progressing over the last 4 years. At the age of 14, he is learning how to accommodate for his muscle weakness. However, I worry about the changes and modifications he will have to make throughout his high school years, college years, and adult life. Any treatment that would stop the progression of the disease would benefit him so greatly. If we knew that the disease would no longer cause future muscle loss, then he could focus on building up the weak muscles that he does have. If a therapy is shown to be effective, implementing it as soon as possible can mean all the difference between reversible and irreversible changes. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Brooks. I'm 58 years old, and I have FSHD1. I started my life like all children with dreams of being a sports star, firefighter, police officer, etc. As I grew, I began to notice that I just didn't develop like other kids. I was smaller, slower, and more awkward. By the time I reached my late teens, early 20s, it was taking me a lot more time and effort to accomplish things. But I was a hard worker, so I thought things weren't all that bad. Except it took its toll on me. I'm in constant pain from all the wear and tear put on my body from having to compensate for the lack of muscle, not to mention all the falls. Instead of living my golden years, it's the broken years. When I look back, I really enjoyed life from my early 20s to about 30. Sure, there were challenges, like when playing softball, I would get a hit, and when I would take off running, my mind would be going faster than my body. Needless to say, I ended up on my face. As you get older, you learn how to adapt to your ever-changing body. For example, while you are walking, you are always looking on the ground for anything that might throw off your balance. Sticks, pebbles, cracks, anything uneven. When you walk into a room, you have to survey all your surroundings and strategically plan where you can sit, usually by a desk, so you can push off with one muscle, pull with another to stand up, or if you fall, how you will get back up. I made a decision not to have children after watching all of the troubles and heartache my mom and grandfather went through in their battle with FSHD. It saddens me all the time. All the difficulties my mom was going through, I didn't understand FSHD, so I wasn't able to help her like I should have. I knew I had FSHD at the time, and there was very little known about it, let alone how to cure it. Nowadays, I feel not having children was a bad decision. I could definitely use the help from them now. And most of all, I missed out on so very much. Everyone should be able to have the experience of having children and grandchildren, even though I am unable to lift and hug a child. When I hit my 40s, that's when FSHD started taking control of my life by taking away from me. First couple of major things, the loss that I lost was the ability to climb stairs and ladders, and that was a vital part of the work I did. If there would have been some type of medication that would have stopped or even slowed the progression of FSHD, I could still be working today. I went from making $70,000 a year down to $18,000. All the things that made me happy, I was no longer able to do. For example, I went to a sporting event, had to use a restroom. I slipped, fell. Everyone just walked past while making remarks that they thought I was drunk. I haven't gone to a game since. The depression and stress that is put on your mind is just horrible. I have lost all of my confidence and stopped any kind of social interaction. I lived by myself for 10 years before I was introduced to the lady I live with now, and I am so worried that I will lose her because I am unable to make love to her because of the disability. And it weighs on me all the time that I am becoming too much of a burden the more the FSHD progresses. Over the last 5 years, I've gone from being able to mow the lawn and go to the store by myself without any assistance to the only yard work I can do is from a sitting position on my scooter. It has become so difficult to do the simplest chores around the house. When I go to the store or to a doctor's office, if the wind is blowing, my body will freeze up because of the fear of falling and not being able to get back up. That is so embarrassing. I am at the point now, if it's dark, snowing, or even raining, I won't leave the house. I have to pay someone to do any and all maintenance on everything. I no longer feel like a man. So when it comes to quality of life, I have to say I have very little. Thank you for your time.
My body feels like an iceberg floating south. As time goes by, my muscles shrink, just like an iceberg melts as the weather warms. I've tried to fight it with every ounce of my body and spirit, but things continue to get heavier. The physical and mental pain is accelerating, and my optimistic nature is being tested like never before. My name is Jeff Johnston, and I have FSH muscular dystrophy. In my late 20s, I started to notice changes in my body that didn't seem right. I was getting weaker, but I could still do all the things I love to do. So sweeping my concerns under the rug gave me comfort. It wasn't until I was 31 that I had to confront my harsh realities. During an exam, my doctor referred me to a neurologist after seeing abnormalities in my upper body. Right then and there, hearing the doctor speak those words, I started to get nervous because I knew something was wrong with me. After a muscle biopsy and EMG and blood work, I was diagnosed with FSH muscular dystrophy. As the disease progressed through my early to mid-30s, my legs and arms grew very weak. I wasn't able to pick up my kids out of their crib or throw them in the air like many of my friends did with their kids. I had to sit down as my wife handed them to me, just like she did with their great-grandmother who was fragile and weak. Playing golf, a game I loved, was no longer an option because my quads were not strong enough to support my weight. Then came the falls, which are often unannounced and terrifying. A strong breeze can knock me over. Uneven pavement will cause me to trip and fall. Being bumped into will knock me off balance and I'll go down. Or my knees will just unexpectedly buckle, which will put me on my back. Falling is painful. It's dangerous and embarrassing. I remember one time falling outside of Grand Central Station in New York City. It was during the morning commute. It was raining, and the wet concrete made getting traction extremely difficult. My feet would constantly slip, and the more I tried to get up, the harder it got as my legs were burning with fatigue. Normally, kind-hearted New Yorkers would have stopped to help out. But since it was raining, they just walked by, trying not to notice me. I looked like a cold, wounded animal covered in New York City dirt as I tried to do what so many people take for granted. I just wanted to stand up. Fortunately, I didn't hurt myself, but I wasn't always so lucky. Other falls have resulted in a pulled groin, bloody face, torn meniscus, bruised hip, bruised elbow, broken rib, broken finger, scuffed up knees, black eye, and intense headaches from hitting my head on the ground. Now at age 50, walking is limited to a few steps inside my house. And at this point, it's easier to list the muscles I still have versus the ones I've lost. I still have decent strength in my forearms and left calf and my face. Otherwise, every other muscle is a shell of what it once was. This has made the most simplest tasks difficult, if not impossible. Forget doing laundry, the clothes are too heavy. Forget making the bed, I'll end up on the ground. Forget loading the dishwasher, the plates are too heavy. And forget carrying a glass of water, I don't have the balance. Growing up, I was always an active and independent person. I liked to play sports, work up a sweat, go for a hike. Now, most of the things I'm passionate about have been taken from me. Now I get around in a scooter, which has been a major adjustment both physically and mentally. I used to have many good days where my body and energy level was high, felt loose and limber. Nowadays, pain is a constant companion. My lower back hurts from sitting so much, and the extreme hyperextension in my left leg results in knee pain after walking only a handful of steps. Being able to stand stationary relieves my back pain, But eventually my right leg goes numb and I need to sit down. Finding comfort is an ongoing battle. You know, elderly people often fight efforts to have their driver's license taken away or to move into a nursing home. And why is that? Well, they fight these efforts because they don't want to lose their independence. Well, many people affected by FSH don't have the luxury of being independent until their elder years. Some lose it in their 30s or 20s, or even as early as their teenage years. This disease is wicked and cruel in many ways. But losing my independence is probably the most frightening and helpless feeling I have ever had. Please help me get my independence back.
My name is Manuel Gomez. My wife, Sylvia, and I both emigrated from Cuba in early 1961 as children, and we have 2 millennial daughters with FSHD. I was diagnosed in college, but my case is extremely mild, and I am really here to tell you about them, to give you a sense of what the impact of this disease has been on them, as well as on us. Our daughters are both very good people, as well as accomplished and moving forward in their careers. They are not comfortable participating in an event like this, but I obtained permission from them to talk to you about them today. Although my bad memory is a joke in our family, I distinctly remember the day I was watching my older daughter, Alina, then 15, in her softball practice, and wondered with a stab of fear why she had trouble running. Shortly after that, I saw that both of her thigh muscles were different, so I knew there was something very wrong. Then it was from there to her doctor, the neurologist, and the FSHD diagnosis. She's now 36, living independently and working with her own car and condo. But in these 2 decades, we have seen the slow but relentless deterioration of her thigh, shoulder, and foot muscles. She has severe difficulty walking, and even for short distances, she needs a wheelchair. And any conversation about a permanent wheelchair or a scooter is extremely painful, both because of the fear it creates among all of us and because nobody knows what the progression of the disease might or might not be. She can barely go up steps, and she has long been unable to visit the second floor of our house. She has great difficulty sitting or getting up from a chair without falling. In her kitchen, she can barely reach into the first level of shelves. And if she drops something, picking it up is out of the question if it is outside the range of a grabber. If she falls, she must crawl to a bed or other furniture to pull herself up. We especially worry about how long she will be able to continue to live independently in her condo or drive her car, or when and how she will have to modify them both substantially, changes which are expensive and for which good advice is difficult to obtain. And despite her enormous emotional strength, she sometimes has panic attacks and struggles with loneliness and depression. Our younger daughter, Natalia, is 32, and until only a couple of years ago, we thought she had escaped it because she seemed to have only a very mild symptoms, like me, although she had been diagnosed with a genetic test. She's also independent and recently completed a master's degree. It turned out, however, that for about 3 years, she had been protecting us and herself by remaining quiet about her FSHD. Then we learned that she had first been forced to give up her avid jogging and that she has almost completely given up her equally avid urban cycling because of growing weakness in her legs. And she is very, very scared because she has seen the decline in her sister's condition over the years. So scared, in fact, that we fear she tends to put distance between herself and the rest of us. Anxiety and depression are also her constant challenges. It is very hard for me to tell you all of this. The disease is merciless. It takes away their independence and to a large extent darkens their future. It is an obstacle to their relationships with others, especially love relationships, and I can't even imagine how they're able to adapt to the possible future loss of function or even their ability to walk or drive or live independently. I can't imagine how they bear the uncertainty of it all and how they deal with the urgent expectation they must feel, hoping that the ongoing research can yield results that would halt the deterioration of their muscles and maybe even reverse it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carden Wyckoff, 27-year-old Atlanta native, FSHD patient, board member, and wheelchair warrior. My journey with FSHD started in 1997 at 4 years old with my mother's curiosity because my eyes wouldn't fully close at night and blowing out birthday candles looked silly. Year 2000, 7 years old. Presidential fitness sit-up test. 60 seconds to complete as many as possible. Count of 0 for Carden. Word got back to my mother, fueling her initial thoughts, and she persisted for the next 2 years until I was 9 years old. A referral specialist was able to call out the exact disease, facioscapulohumeral muscular dystrophy. We flew to Rochester to have the 5 members of my family tested. Results for only Carden came back confirmed. Spontaneous de novo mutation with no carriers. Emotions ran high, and the fear of the future consumed the room. Summer of 07, 14 years old. My typical afternoon 3-mile run felt off. I couldn't propel my legs forward like they used to. And a mile in, I collapsed on the cul-de-sac crying. At the time, my favorite thing stripped out from under me. I gave it another year and a half, and 10th grade flag football was the last time I ran. During high school, it was common for me to bend the truth to avoid physical exertion and disclosing my disease. I would leave class early because I had to use the, quote, bathroom since I couldn't walk across campus before the next bell rang. I hid textbooks in the library because it was a central location and they were too heavy to carry. Stairs grew to be more of a challenge, and I avoided attending school rallies and football games. First, it was grabbing for a handrail. Then it turned into using my right leg only to ascend stairs, one step at a time. Falling downstairs became a weekly thing. My friends were talking about kissing boys, and I was worried about not tripping and falling on the graduation stage steps. My gait and lordosis became more pronounced, and I ignored the mean comments everywhere that I went. I received handicap parking at 17 because distances were painful and exhausting. After work, I came home and collapsed on the kitchen chair because I couldn't move. My brother and sister started piggybacking me everywhere that I went to help out. I found myself modifying, bending down, carrying groceries, taking a shower to make up for the slow, progressive muscle loss. I began holding my wrists with my other hand when eating, and chewing with my mouth food became impossible due to the facial weakness. 2012, sophomore year of college. I fractured my skull after tripping due to the foot drop. 11 days in the hospital and a tender spot on the back of my head for the rest of my life. Shortly after, I received my first set of AFOs for foot drop, though 3 years later, 4 sets, and a handful of concussions later, I had to choose safety over ego. Winter of 2015, 21 years old. I bought a scooter, a car with a lift, and a ramp for the house that I lived in. The scooter collected dust, though, for 6 months because I knew people would treat me differently. Late spring of 2016, I took it for a spin, and it felt almost like running again, though new challenges presented themselves due to the progression. 22 was the last time I used a regular stall bathroom because I couldn't stand without grab bars. 23 was the last time I drove because I couldn't pick my foot up off the pedals. 24, I purchased a power wheelchair because the scooter wasn't sturdy enough for me. 25 was the last time I stood to take a shower because I fell often. 26 was the last time I walked and also the last time I stood on my own. If I could describe my life in a single word, it would be adaptive. Every year poses a new challenge, and I creatively find a workaround to get the job done. But despite the mental armor and badass attitude I wear on the outside, I am scared underneath. I think about the last time I'll be able to chew solid food because choking occurs. I worry about deteriorating into absolutely nothing but a bag of bones when all the muscle and fat dwindle away. I'm always cold due to my low weight, and winter season increases my immobility. I've given up writing with paper and pen because I have low dexterity. My smile and facial weakness expressions weaken with every year. I believe we can beat this disease, and we need your help, understanding, empathy, and willingness to push drugs forward. I dream of the day that I can walk again and the day that I can dance standing at my wedding. The day I'll be able to run again, just like now how I roll at 6 miles an hour. Thank you for your commitment towards finding a cure.
Wow, incredible statements. You know, Julie, both Jeff's, Manuel, and Cardin, incredibly brave to go first and share and put your stories even into video for us to share today. We really appreciate you doing that, and we really hope that all of you that are following along will be willing to do the same with us as we now extend the conversation to be with all of you. So as I mentioned before, we have a few ways that we're going to be asking you to chime in and share your thoughts. We're going to start off this discussion where we're focusing, of course, again on living with FSHD, the symptoms and daily impact, by trying to get a sense of first those direct symptoms and health effects of your FSHD and those that are the most burdensome on you. So to start with that, we're actually going to first go to a couple polling questions that we have. So if we can go to our first polling question for this topic, for those of you that may have joined us, we're not able to participate in those initial demographic polling questions. Please pull out your phone, tablet. You can open a new tab in your browser and go to that website that you see listed at the top of the slide, pollev.com/FSHD. Again, that's POLLEV.com/FSHD. You'll be able to follow along with all of these questions. Again, these are just for our patients and caregivers to respond to. So the question here that we have for you is we want to know how difficult are activities that involve your upper extremities. So if you're a patient, respond on behalf of yourself. If you're a caregiver, respond on behalf of your observations of the patient that you care for. The options are A, not at all difficult, B, mildly difficult, C, moderately difficult, or D, severely difficult. So how difficult are the activities involving your upper extremities? And please select the category that best represents how difficult it is for you. So we'll give you a few more moments to get in your responses. As it stands, it looks like about just under half of our patients represented today have moderate difficulty in doing activities involving their upper extremities. We have about a third of our patients represented today who have severe difficulty in doing activities involving upper extremities. About 15% with mild difficulty, and a small percentage, about 2% right now, that have no difficulty in doing activity involving upper extremities. So a range of difficulty here, specifically related to upper extremities. If we go to our next polling question, we have a similar question for you, but we want to now know about how difficult are activities that involve your core and lower extremities. So the same options apply. A, not if you have no difficulty, not at all. B, mildly. C, moderately. Or D, severely. Please select the option that best reflects your experience in the difficulty of doing activities involving your core and lower extremities, or if you're a caregiver, your observation of the difficulty of the person you care for in doing activities that involve their core and lower extremities.
You know, James, while this these results are coming in, it might be surprising to some that don't know our community. That, well, wait, the very name of the disease talks about upper body.
Sure.
And yet many of our community, their core and lower extremities are impacted, as these results show.
Yeah, as we see it, we're seeing, whereas moderate difficulty was the greatest response amongst the upper extremities question before, here we kind of see a little bit of a flip-flop. We see severe difficulty with core and lower extremities being the greatest. We do see, again, mild impact and about the same, percentage, 2% of those that are reporting no difficulty with activities involving core or lower extremities. So we go to our third and final polling question that we're going to go to at this time. So here we want to talk specifically about the different symptoms that you have experienced as a result of FSHD. And we want to know which have had the most significant impact on your daily life. So for this question, you can select up to 3 responses. So, up 1, 2, 3 things that you view as being the most, having the most significant impact on your daily life. Again, caregivers respond for the most significant impacts of these symptoms that you've observed of the patient that you care for. Your options are A, impaired mobility, B, pain, C, fatigue, D, impaired facial expression, E, depression or anxiety, F, difficulty using hands or arms, G, poor sleep, H, speech and or swallowing difficulties, I, breathing issues, J, hearing impairment, K, impaired vision, L, urinary or bowel incontinence, or M, if there's some other symptom or health effect of your FSHD that's not listed on this slide, but is one of the most significant that impacts your daily life. You can select M for other, and we would be very interested to hear those during the audience discussion to see maybe what are some of the less common experiences, things that are experienced amongst this patient community. The percentages that you're seeing, just to put that into context, because this is a question where our participants can select more than one option, you're seeing a percentage of responses. So that's not the number of people that selected that particular symptom. That's the percentage of total responses. So you can kind of think of this as a kind of a ranking. So as it stands, the top ranked, top 3 most significant impacting symptom that's being reported is A, the impaired mobility. After that, we're seeing fatigue, and in number 3, we're seeing difficulty in using hands or arms. We're also seeing, if we were to go the next couple down, that pain is perhaps in 4th as a top significant impact, as well as not too far behind that, depression and anxiety. However, individuals have picked almost every other symptom listed on this slide as one of their most burdensome, top 3 most burdensome impacting symptoms. Everything except for impaired vision being selected by at least some of our participants as being the most significant impact. We really want to hear from you, and I think we can now take this to our out to our audience discussion to try to understand a bit of the why behind this. So as you were sitting there, you were looking at those options, and you were reporting which were the most significant. We'd like to get understand from you what that was and the why. I'm actually going to, as you see on the screen, welcome our Zoom panel. These are members of your own community who have also tuned in to share their impacts. But before we go and start perhaps with Diane to share one of the top symptoms or health effects, I want to remind everyone how you can participate. You can call in by phone. That number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. If you have something to share, please call in. We'll put you in the queue and hopefully be able to get to you and have you share your your experiences live with us. You also have the option to provide a written comment, which will come in, and we'll be periodically going to Mark, who will be reading some of those comments. You can do that in the little form that's below the live stream on the webpage for this event. So please continue to do that. Anything that's submitted in that written form today will be included, even if it's not read, in that Voice of the Patient summary report. So coming back to Diane, we'd love to hear from you, who you are, and perhaps a symptom that when you were looking at that polling question that you selected, and a bit why.
Sure. So, hi, I'm Diane Pappas. I'm 57 years old. I live in Gloucester, Massachusetts, and I have FSHD. My grandfather did, my father did, my brother does, and my youngest daughter, Lexi Pappas, who you might know, she does as well. So I picked impaired mobility, pain, and difficulty using my arms. I think everyone can understand the impaired mobility. I was listening to some of those talks just before, and I started crying because I can relate so much. For me, I got this when I was 18. And so I've been dealing with it for almost 40 years, but it's only been in the last handful of years, maybe 3 or 4 years, that the pain has really become so bad for me. My ankles, my lower back, my neck, and that just really makes it, as soon as I get up in the morning, I start walking for a half an hour, I have to sit down, my back hurts, my ankles hurt, and that just, kind of puts a damper on the rest of the day and trying to get things done around the house. So for me, it's the pain. I just wish there was something that I could do about that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Diane. Is this something that, you experience every day, or experience to kind of the same severity every day, or does it fluctuate at all?
It does fluctuate a little bit. I do find that when I do work out, it's not, I think you have to keep moving. And I know a lot of people just can't keep moving, but I do, the bicycle, I try to do things to try to keep moving. And I think that keeps the joints going. So I find that when I do very low key working out, it does, my back feels a little better. The ankles hurt no matter what. I don't really know what's going on there. So that, every day it's the back. I can't seem to find anything to help the back.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Diane. We'll be coming back to our Zoom panel throughout this discussion. But we do have a number of people have called in, and I'd like to actually go to one of those callers. We have Sam from Oklahoma City that wants to talk about some of the impacts of the disease on what she could do as a kid versus, perhaps today. So, Sam, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Sam. Feel free to share a bit about yourself and some of the impacts of FSHD.
Okay, so my name is Sam Ray. I'm 14. I turned 15 Sunday. I'm here visiting my dad in Oklahoma for the summer. I live in Tucson, Arizona. So as a younger kid, I could do a lot of activities. I could run. I played soccer for a few years. I got pretty active in a lot of things. I played a year of baseball. Did a lot of sports. As of right now, I don't really play any sports right now.
And Sam, can you tell us a little bit about maybe what it is that you're experiencing that makes it so you aren't able to play sports now?
Yeah, so I can't really walk anymore. So as the time progressed, my legs got worse. So.
Sure. And how long has it been since you've been able to walk?
I'd probably say since 5th grade. I couldn't really walk in middle school.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'd say.
That's a tremendous impact, and so thank you so much for sharing that, Sam, and happy early birthday to you as well. Thank you for calling in. While we're on the phones, I'd like to go to another caller that we have. We have Cindy from Cleveland, Ohio, that wants to talk a little bit about how some of the different symptoms that she's experienced have impacted her career. Cindy, are you with us?
Yes. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you. Thanks for taking my call and the opportunity for me to share my story. It was December of 1985, and the neurologist that diagnosed me was pretty blunt. He said, change your major, get a desk job, don't overuse the muscles, and think twice about having kids. So, back then I was still pretty strong.
Sure.
So, yeah, and I'm a designer, and at the time I was a costume designer, and I worked in costume shops throughout my 20s. But that meant I was on my feet 10 to 13 hours a day, 6 days a week. And the day off that I had, I spent recuperating, where others were, off partying, doing fun things. I was just pretty much watching TV, trying to recuperate, getting ready for the next week. So the lifestyle was really rough, and I was getting weaker. So I thought I had to do something about that, and I switched design focuses to graphic design. When I graduated with my MFA at age 32. And at this point, I'm wearing AFOs, both legs under my pants, and I walk really slowly. Sorry, this is really hard.
Oh, it's okay.
So, I figured if I cover it up and I ignore it, others are going to too. And my talents were landed me a lot of opportunities. The one that I really wanted was in Chicago, and there I got a job I got offered a job in Chicago, but it came with a catch that they didn't want to pay for my health insurance. So I was supposed to work like a full-time employee, but I was going to get paid like a contractor. So I didn't take that job, and I stayed in Cleveland. The job I did accept was on the second floor of the building without elevator access. So at this point, I'm walking pretty well. I have the braces. People aren't really paying much attention to it. And they had a couple of railings that they had to put in, but that was the only modification I needed.
Sure.
And the differences really didn't get in the way of my job until about 2010. And by that time, every morning, I just dreaded in the morning. I'd get up and I'd think about, am I going to be able to get up the stairs? What's that going to feel like?
Sure.
Sorry.
No, it's totally okay.
So,
keep going.
So like, as I'd go up the stairs, I'd even start praying to myself, just don't let me fall, don't let me fall. So that was the last year that I worked there. And when I left my position, it was 2011. And that was partially a move out of necessity. That wasn't the entire reason I left, but that was a big part of it.
Sure.
So right now, I run my own business out of my house with my husband's help. And by the way, he's amazing. I got lucky there.
That's great.
But in spite of my futile attempts with alternative treatments, my disease has continued to progress. So I use a wheelchair for long distances when I'm feeling unsafe. And I can still stand for an hour or two, and I walk short distances with arm in arm with someone. But treatment for me now, just stop this thing. Let me have a little bit more time before the next kind of, when you lose something, it's like a cyclical grieving process.
Yeah.
It's like losing a loved one, and you kind of go through the whole thing, and then the next day you wake up and everything is good. You stabilize, and then you lose something else, and it's just like losing another loved one.
Sure.
So,
wow. Thank you, Cindy.
Any treatment just stopping this would be really helpful.
No,
And
sure.
a great thing would be getting back some of the independence I've lost.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. Certainly echoes something that is now becoming apparent to me. This continued series of losses, and so thank you for putting that into context with weakness.
James, in that context, our founder's mother, Carol Perez, used to call this the mourning disease, not as in the daybreak, but as in grieving, because you lose things by degrees. And as I've listened to stories all over the country, all over the world, from our families, things they loved to do, and not just hobbies, but things they need to do, they've suddenly been taken away from them. Sure. And so you grieve a loss. And yet our families are overcomers, so they figure out how to adapt, and then they grieve a loss again because it keeps degenerating. And much what Cindy has said has been the cry of all of our families is just stop it. Just stop it right now. I do have some, if I may, have
please.
some statements coming in from our families. David from Austin, Texas, talks about he's a psychologist, lives there in Austin. His great-grandfather, mother had FSHD, as does he. And his mother died shortly after her 69th birthday of complications due to FSHD. She was otherwise healthy, which is a bit of a misnomer there, that it really doesn't kill you. He goes on to say, I witnessed FSHD take away her independence and cause her intense pain. I'm 44 years old. I've lost a lot of function over the past decade, fallen many times, broken my nose at least 5 times. My kids have witnessed this, he says. And that's echoed by Jan from Los Angeles, when she says, interestingly, she was just diagnosed 3 months ago, although her identical twin has had it for 45 years, slowly losing more and more muscle each passing year. She's watched her suffer, lose ability to do the very things she loves, and the disease is unimaginably cruel. I think we heard that in Cindy's voice too. Sure. Robbing people of their ability to walk, smile, use their arms, or feel in any way normal. Of course, we've got a couple, one from Susan in Lawrence, Kansas, and Ellen in Naples, Florida, that talks about pain, severe pain, being a constant, a constant present.
Sure. Well, on pain, I know we actually have a phone caller who one of the symptoms they would like to speak to is that pain. And so I'd like to go to Meredith from Engler, North Carolina, who has a couple of symptoms that she would like to share about. Meredith, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I'm from North Carolina. I am 27 years old. I was the first in my family diagnosed with FSHD, but my younger brother also is affected. And I was diagnosed in 6th grade, so I've lived with it most of my life. I think the pain and the fatigue are two of the most severe symptoms, especially in the last couple of years. Just a lot of pain and a lot of fatigue. I fall a lot. I always have bruises on me. I always have cuts and scrapes on me, and I usually have something sprained. So I think that's one of the hardest things. Also, just I've fallen by myself many times, and I think one of the scariest things about falling, especially by yourself, is I'm scared that I'm going to hit my head, and I'm scared that someone's going to find me unconscious, and I'm scared that, one day I'll fall and I'll break something and lose even more mobility. I think that's one of the toughest things. I use a wheelchair. Sometimes I think, like the previous caller, I can still walk. I'm still ambulatory, but I do use a wheelchair for longer distances and when I'm in a lot of pain.
Meredith, just to you talk about the impact of the falls being so significant and that fear of falling. Can you help us understand a little bit about that particular aspect? How often do you fall? Is this something that has gotten worse over time, and would you say it happens more frequently over time?
Yeah, I've always can remember falling. I kind of have times where when I'm going through periods of more muscle loss, or a lot of stress or a lot of fatigue, or there's just a lot going on, I'll notice that I fall more during those times. But I usually fall at least a couple of times a week. And like I said, it's usually people can help me up, and that's awesome. But it is really scary when you fall by yourself, or I've fallen several times where I'm alone and I'm in the rain and I had to sit outside in the rain by myself, with bloody knees because I can't get up on myself. So I just sit there for an hour until someone comes along.
Oh my! Well, thank you so much, Meredith, for sharing that. We also have another phone caller that I would like to go to, Tim from Wisconsin, who wants to share some of the emotional side of living with FSHD. Tim, are you with us?
Hi there. Thanks for having me on.
Hi, Tim. Yes, welcome. Please do tell us about these aspects of living with FSHD.
Yes. For me, I always have asked others that share this disease with me, and I say to them, I question them of, what's worse, the emotional side or the physical? And almost every time it's the emotional, even though the physical causes that kind of pain, on the emotional side of it all. And what I mean by that is the anxieties. Yeah. We've heard other people talk about that within this program that I've been listening to. It is the fact that you don't know what the next step will bring for some, or for others, in my case, the next week or the next month or even the year. What will I look like? I was diagnosed 4 years ago at 40, and it felt like someone started a stopwatch as soon as I heard. I had so little amount of time to physically enjoy the things I was enjoying, and what was I going to do about that time, what I felt I had left. And the scary thing is, you don't know how much time you have left. And I understand that is life in general, but for FSHD, it seems like it's awful quick. And the time you thought you might have, you don't. It's abbreviated because it's so unpredictable. It's now so matter of fact. So I have burdens of how am I going to have income for my family, as my job I used to do, I can no longer do. Burden to my wife, who has to carry this with me.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Tim, for...
It's very tough.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, the inability to predict, I think that's something that we're starting to hear also as a theme, and makes sense of why that would drive anxiety. To kind of finish us off on this first kind of set of questions related to symptoms, I want to bring it back to our Zoom panel and ask if Amy, is there anything that we haven't heard about yet, symptoms and health effects related to FSHD that you might be able to share?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I agree and empathize with every single word that has been said here. For me, the most significant symptoms were pain and the inability to move my arms. that most people have been talking about the mobility of the wheelchair and getting around. The activities of daily living with pain and an inability to raise your arms is indescribable. Imagine, if you will, if you were tied up by a burglar and they took a strap and they wrapped it around your entire upper body and both arms and your trunk, and you could not lift your arms more than 6 to maybe 12 inches. And then you want to scratch the top of your head, or you want to brush your teeth, or you want to reach a shelf. And the effort that you have to exert against that pressure in order to even get a modicum of movement towards your upper body, towards grooming, brushing teeth, dressing, putting on a shirt, showering, is so exhausting that's where the fatigue and the mental challenge comes in.
And Amy, can you tell us a little bit about at least your experience with the impacts with the kind of upper extremities? How has that progressed over time for you?
Well, I used to be a golfer, and I had to give that up. I'm an artist, and I can no longer hold the brush to the canvas. People say, well, be inventive. I come from a multiple generation family with FSHD, of cousins and uncles and my father and grandparents. I have come to expect and learn how to be inventive and create adaptive equipment. Yeah. There comes a point when none of that helps.
Sure. No, thank you so much, Amy. That's really puts it into perspective. And I think also a great transition, mentioning some of these activities that are important to you that you're not able to do or as fully, that takes us to our next polling question, our fourth polling question on this topic, which actually relates to that. So we want to get a sense here, again, pull out your phone, go to that other tab in your browser, and let us know, using that URL at the top of the slide, let us know which of everyday activities are important to you that you cannot do or do as fully as you would like because of your condition. We want to know, you can select up to 3 here, so kind of what are those that are most important to you that you're not able to do or do as fully. Your options are A, walking, B, attending school or working, C, personal hygiene, D, being intimate with a spouse or partner, E, driving a motor vehicle, F, participating in sports or hobbies, G, performing household tasks, H, participating in family care and activities, I, going out, socializing and traveling, or J, is there some other activity that's important to you that's not reflected by one of these activities on the slide that you can't do or can't do as fully as you would like because of your FSHD? Again, if you're a caregiver, please respond on behalf of the patient that you care for. We want to try to understand what are some of the most important activities that have been limited as a result of this condition. And just as a reminder, again, these are percentages of responses, not percentages of individuals responding, since people can select more than one option here. Give you a few moments to think about this. The most important activities that you're no longer able to do or do as fully. All right. While final responses are trickling in, it looks like the top ranked activity that's been impacted by FSHD amongst our participants today is walking. I think we've heard a lot of that in some of the comments that have already been shared, but want to continue to understand what that means for you. Also, we see maybe the second one being participating in sports and hobbies, followed kind of third being going out, socializing and traveling and performing household tasks. But we do see a great deal of the different activities being ranked as those that are important that you're unable to do, as well as some people who have even said there's other things that aren't listed here. So we really encourage you to call in, write in with some of those other activities. So on this, I know we actually have a couple of phone callers who want to speak about some of the activities in their lives that have been impacted. And so if we can first go to Ellen from Connecticut that wants to talk about the loss of ability to be an active member in her community. Ellen, are you with us?
I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks
Welcome.
for the opportunity to speak. I miss the role of being an active member of my community, whether it's in a volunteer position for a school or serving on committees or serving on boards and the like. And one of my issues is that I can no longer stand at a podium. And in my career, was fortunate to have a fairly long career. Giving presentations used to be something that were effortless and almost spontaneous. And now it's something that is greatly complicated by the continued loss of my facial muscles. A speech or a brief presentation now must be carefully scripted beforehand.
Wow.
Each word I use must be weighed. Oh, sorry. This is hard.
It's okay. Take your time.
Each word must be weighed. Is it or will it be difficult to pronounce? Is there another word that would convey the same emotion and meaning that might be easier for me to use in giving a presentation? I can think of the faces of the audience as they try to understand me. Sorry.
No, don't be.
Sometimes I watch a video of myself and I don't recognize the person on the screen. So, the only other thing I would point out, I think I can echo the fear, the uncertainty, and the pain. Obviously, those go along with everything, but that is something I miss, being able to participate in the community. I really do.
Sure.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much, and thank you for being brave and sharing and calling in to share your voice with us today, Ellen. Another phone caller that we have that wants to share some of the impact on activities is Cindy. We have Cindy from Tucson, Arizona, that wants to talk about the impact on daily life, including some very specific activities in daily life.
Hi.
Hi, Cindy. Are you?
I'm here. So I'll just start out with, I was diagnosed about a month before my 16th birthday. My freshman year in high school, I was a cheerleader. By my sophomore year, I couldn't stand up from the ground by myself. Could not do it. But things have progressed. There's the spine pain because of the curvature of the spine, get the lower back pain constantly. And all those things impact the day-to-day. Just being able to put on a shirt in the morning, I have to brace my elbows on a desk or countertop to put on a shirt. To wash my hair, I have to put an elbow on the wall to get something up to wash the hair, to get the hands up. Different adjustments in order to eat, raise one hand that's got the utensil in it with the other one to lift it up to the mouth. So those day-to-day things that people take for granted have to struggle with, I'm lucky in that I have a desk job. I work on computers, but then just putting the hands out to type and to do keystrokes can get exhausting. It's like, oh, wait, I have to type in it. What's the shortest way I can convey what I need to say without having to type, an extensive amount of time.
Sure.
I'll also say that emotional side of it, since I was diagnosed at 15 and I'm now 50, I'm a full-time wheelchair user. So I have not walked or stood since I was in my mid-30s. Can't do it. It's impossible. So to go out and be in the community and society, I have to plan everything. I don't drive anymore, so okay, is there a bus or transportation? Plan that. Oh, is there space? Am I going to go meet other people who have wheelchairs? Does the restaurant have enough room to accommodate? Is the bathroom accessible? All these things that other people can just jump on and go and not think about. It's like, oh, I can do this. have to pretty define and plan ahead for every situation.
Wow.
Even going to the grocery store,
Yeah.
all those little things.
Absolutely. And Cindy, can I take you back to, you were mentioning that it's, can be exhausting even to type, and, even that's part of your work, that, you have to be careful and kind of even plan out how much you can do. Can you tell us, do you have, better days and worse days when it comes to that? Are there days where you get, kind of that gets, is harder for you and you tire more easily versus others?
I think, yeah, the different rates of tiredness, and that gets impacted by other things as well. Oh, wait, you had to go and you made dinner or whatever. That can impact the next activity or the work activity. It's because everything is connected in some way. So if I have a long day at work, and I work on software that's tax related, so days can be long.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next day, something else will suffer,
I see.
or don't sleep, or this, that. So yeah, there are good days and bad days, and then you're not supposed to do it necessarily, but you recoup and lay in bed and go, okay, need to catch up on a little sleep, let the back flatten out a little bit longer.
Sure.
That sort of thing to ease some of the pain for the next day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cindy.
Well, James, Terry writes in about this fatigue, which is interesting. And it's not necessarily a byproduct of having FSHD. Terry says, this is my testimony about how fatigue has affected my life. Due to the lack of treatment, accurate prognosis for FSHD, when my job relocated, I felt I couldn't relocate. The new location would require a much longer commute, and I didn't know whether I would be able to manage my fatigue or whether it would get much worse. And have any life outside of work. So I've gone from a well-paying, fulfilling job to living on my savings until I can retire in a few years. And I just wanted to interject that from our write-in comments to kind of go right along with what Cindy was saying too about fatigue.
No, it's really, really important to understand both the common experiences and differences, and even when it is something that's common, it impacts everybody's life just a little differently. Exactly. And so, thank you so much for sharing that, Mark. On different activities, we actually have someone who wants to talk about being excluded from some family activities as a result of their FSHD. That's Ray from Tucson, Arizona. Ray, are you with us? Ray, are you with us?
There he is.
So my name is Ray. I live in Tucson, Arizona. I'm 61 years of age. Oh, and hi Sam, previous caller. And full disclosure, the last caller you spoke to, Cindy from Tucson, Arizona, is my wife. We both have FSHD. And just quickly, I was diagnosed at 34 years of age. That was back in 1993. I've been a full-time wheelchair user since about 2005. In other words, I've been unable to walk at all since that time. And listening to Cindy talk, we kind of joke about the various difficulties we have. We kind of laugh at each other a bit, and we travel, we do a lot of stuff together. And but listening to her talk to tell somebody else about the various things we go through, it's pretty poignant. It's different than just her and I talking together. Sure. But we have a pretty good, we have a positive life. We have a good life. We both work. We travel. We do all kinds of great things, and we have a good time. And then, bam! Last Christmas I was back I was in Australia at the time, which is where my family is, and things are going along nice, and then I see something on social media that all of the rest of my family had gathered together for a wonderful barbecue and spa at one of my family members' houses. And I thought, well, that's great, but wait a minute, you guys have got another brother like me, and I do. I'm at a loss. I guess the problem is that accommodating for somebody with a physical disability, i.e. a power wheelchair, using a power wheelchair, just might be a bit too difficult for some people. The family has houses that have got steps in them, so I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out. Why these things happen? Is it too much trouble to put a ramp down or something? But then, having said that, if I were able to go and visit, I would not be able to use the bathroom. And I'm sure there's a whole ton of people listening thinking the same thing. Why can't I go visit my friends? Why can't I go visit my family? Why can't I participate in these activities? And the reason is, in many cases, because you just physically cannot do that.
Sure. Oh, thank you, Ray. That exclusion, because of the need for accommodations and that even from family members, that's just so impactful to hear, unfortunately. I want to, go back to our Zoom panel here and still staying on this topic of limited activities and impacts on kind of your quality of life, and see if India has anything to add to this conversation. India?
Yes. So, hello, I'm India. I currently live in Arizona. I'm 27 years old, and I was diagnosed at 6, so I've had this condition most of my life. And to speak on what previous people have been saying, you definitely go through a grieving process. And in that sense, you also go through stages in your life about what's important and what activities are important to you. After grieving, walking, and maybe driving and all those other things, I'm currently in this stage where going out is important, being a young adult. And you have to kind of weigh what's important and balance things. So if you're too exhausted from trying to take care of yourself throughout the entire day, when your friends want to go out at a bar at night or go hang out, that may not be something that you can do because you're too exhausted. So unfortunately, sometimes I have to say, I'm really not up to it. And even traveling, or being on a plane or in a car for an extended period of time, maybe it's just being too exhausted from sitting up the entire time, or just the pain of being in the car. And then just personal hygiene. Most people take that for granted, but just going to the bathroom alone when you have difficulties and you're in public and, maybe the stall isn't set up the way that you're used to, or just even taking care of myself as far as brushing my teeth and doing my hair can be exhausting. So.
And have you noticed that this continues to get harder, over time? Has this been, or pretty much, the same in terms of having to limit those activities, going out with friends, traveling, impacts on traveling? How long has that been impacting you, and do you think it is getting harder?
My entire life has impacted me, but it's definitely different as I go through different stages. When I was walking, it's difficult and it impacts me in a different way because you're exhausted from walking so much, and then being in a car and your back hurting and things like that. And so it's difficult in a different way because now my arms are so severely impacted. So that has a different impact on how I'm able to care for myself. So the pain from walking in my back and my legs doesn't exist anymore, but now my shoulders and my arms hurt, or just now the breathing issues that I have make it difficult because now I'm exhausted just from sitting up all day.
Thank you so much, India. It's amazing to hear that even as the disease course changes, the impacts, there's a kind of a continued and greater and new impact on many of those same activities over time. I know we have a couple of callers that have some unique impacts on their life. We'd like to go to Rob from Pennsylvania that wants to share some of the impacts on him as a new grandfather. So, Rob, are you with us? Rob, are you with us? Okay. One other person, so it looks like we may have lost Rob, but I would like to also go to John from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who wants to talk about some of the things that he's had to give up because of his FSHD. John, are you with us? John, are you with us? All right. So I know that we have had some impacts coming in our written comments on the effects on some younger people. And so, Mark, you want to share some of that?
Yeah, by the way, let me pause here to mention that we have a lot of comments coming in. That's great. They'll all go into the record. They'll all be used, whether they're read today or not. So I did want to encourage that. Justin from New Haven, Connecticut, and interestingly, many times people think that this is a slow progressing disease. You're going to be fine until your 50s or 60s, and those kinds of things. But Justin, he's got early onset when he was 4 years old. Generally more severe. In his case, unfortunately, that happened. He started needing a wheelchair part-time in middle school, permanently wheelchair bound. He goes on to say that it was bad enough that my arm muscles were deteriorating, made him lose independence, but it affected his social life. In college and beyond, most dorms, houses, restaurants are not wheelchair accessible and don't have accessible bathrooms. And we've heard that from a few of our families also, and said this year, now I need an aid to get me out of bed, and I'm only 29 years old. There's another one, Kate from UK, from England. She said, on the day I was diagnosed, my parents were inconsolable. I told them not to worry. As long as I could still ski, I'd be able to handle things. She was 13 years old at the time. But at 17, she skied for the last time. And today she says she struggles to get upstairs. I walk with significant gait and trip a lot because of foot drop. And I can no longer get up from the floor when I fall. And recently on a windy day, I fell over and had to crawl for 30 meters to find a step where I could hoist myself up. It was degrading and humiliating. It's devastating to have lost so much at age 26.
Wow. Thank you, Mark, for sharing that. And it's so important to hear these different impacts. And we do have a couple more people we'd like to go to on the phone on this topic of impacts of activities before we move to our final discussion questions, which we'll start to think more about future worries. So I'd like to go to Anne from Canada. Anne, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, I'd like to comment, if I may, on comments made by a caller with FSHD, Ray, and also go back and allude to comments made by Mark about this disease being a mourning disease, as in loss, as in death. Yes, we've all experienced, I'm sure, I am an individual with FSHD, having our family excluding us from events, our friends moving away from us, emotionally, not involving us physically. And part of that is, yes, maybe not wanting to make an effort to accommodate, but I think it's much more than that. I think that we need to recognize that FSHD does not only impact the lives of the individuals with the disease, but the impact of the disease is devastating in a more global perspective. Spouses have to watch someone that they love decline and deteriorate, and it's not just weeks and months they have to watch this. They watch for, as we've heard from other callers, this gradual dying, if you would, for months and years, and the loss is profound. And many times family and friends cannot cope with this emotionally. It is devastating for them to watch, as it is for parents to watch their own children decline in this way. So there's that pulling away. And I guess right now I just want to tie this into the current situation we've all experienced in the last few months with COVID. The world has seen really devastating consequences of social isolation from COVID. For those that have not experienced or do not know anyone with FSHD, I'd like to draw a parallel. I see that the consequences between the physical and emotional effects of COVID are really in line with the devastation, the constant state of unpredictable loss, the lack of physical and emotional contact that people with FSHD have as they progress through this devastating disease. So for those of you who maybe have not met anyone with FSHD, perhaps you could imagine your time in COVID and the isolation you've experienced. And now I'd like you to think about that extending for you, your friends, and your family for the remainder of your life. And that, to me, I don't draw the parallel lightly, is what it's like to live with FSHD.
Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you for sharing that impact and relating it in a way that I think, those of us that, maybe haven't met anyone or don't know anyone that personally with FSHD can relate to. One more caller on this topic that I'd like to go to is Ian from Florida, who wants to share some of his experience of progressing since turning 50. Ian, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, welcome.
I'll try to keep this basic on point. I was diagnosed at 17. I'm 54 years old today. This was a disease. I've heard it before. People describe it saying, I thought I had this. I had what I considered to be a milder form of FSHD. Slow progression for the most part. Certain things I did miss out on through my life, but I just tried to embrace all the good. Well, like I said, thought I had this until I turned 50.
Wow.
And at 50 years old, it was like a light switch that was flipped. The increased pain in my legs. Now it's transitioned into my sleeping. It's affecting my sleep. I am losing my ability to walk. I'm losing my ability to play music. I'm a musician. I have a permanent lump on my chest from so many falls where I broke my chest and it just never healed correctly. Fortunately, I haven't fallen this year because I'm so very aware of every step that I take. The fear is overwhelming. I was fortunate, as a matter of fact, 6 years ago today, I was blessed with my very first grandchild. Recently, we were blessed with 2 baby boys that I can't hold now. My first grandchild, I was able to pick up and hold. My 2 boys, I have to wait until they are old enough to walk before I can take them anywhere. or be really involved in their lives like I'd like to be. This is it's just a devastating disease, and I think so many people don't understand the effects emotionally, physically, on your families, on your friends, and on your life. Life is hard enough on its own, but to be affected with FSHD and the constant not knowing as life progresses and this disease progresses is just torture, and I pray for at least a therapy, if not a cure.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ian. So with that, I think we've covered a lot of ground on activities all throughout life, the lifespan that people have experienced. So we want to use our remaining time that we have in this session to focus a little bit on the future. And so we have a polling question that we're going to go to that helps us get to that and focus on what it is that worries you most about your condition in the future. And so here we'd like for you to select up to 3 of the things that worry you most about your condition, about your living with FSHD, or if you're a caregiver that worries you as the caregiver of someone living with FSHD. And so your options are A, the stress of not knowing how the disease will progress, B, losing independence, C, losing mobility and the ability to walk, D, losing the ability to communicate and or swallow, E, losing the ability to breathe and developing respiratory issues, F, not having the energy to work and live as you want, G, having to cope with pain, H, not knowing if you can support yourself and your family financially, I, the worry of becoming a burden on your family, J, the worry of losing social connections, or K, some other worry that isn't represented on this screen that is one of the things that worries you most about your condition in the future. Please select up to 3. We'll give you just a few more moments here to think about this. Select the things that worry you most about your living with FSHD in the future. As it currently stands, it looks like there's kind of a trio of responses that are rising to the top. That's A, the stress of not knowing how the disease will progress, B, the worry of losing independence, and C, losing mobility and the ability to walk. Of course, many of these things are related to one another, but are slightly different things, slightly different concerns. Perhaps if there is a one that kind of is second to that first trio, it would be the worry of becoming a burden on your family. However, it looks like here, across all of these different members of this community have ranked all these different worries as a top 3 greatest worry about the condition in the future. So to start us off on this discussion of worries, I'd like to bring us back to our Zoom panel and ask Stuart if you could share with us some of your greatest worries and why they are such a great worry for you.
Sure. So, a lot of the things have already been expressed quite eloquently already. For me, well, first of all, my name is Stuart Lai. I'm a computer engineer, normally living out in New York City. And, the FSHD has gone back for generations in my family based on old photographs. My dad was affected, so a lot of what I know about the disease was following his progression. And in my family, it was the toll that it took on my mom's health as a caregiver to my dad that I most noticed growing up. And that haunts me to this day. And one of my biggest worries going forward is the effects of what this disease can have on the people who truly care for us. We want to be independent and be able to handle this disease ourselves. But the fact of the matter is, all of our friends and family are very much intimately involved. And my constant fear is the effects it has on them.
Sure. No, that's really important. And I think we saw that show up somewhat in the polling. Has this always been something that has been a worry for you, Stuart, or is it something that maybe has been more recently become a top worry over maybe some of the other things?
I mean, it's been a worry much more now because of the rapid progression that the disease took in my case. So people have talked about fatigue and falling. Well, I believe I fell leaving the office because I was fatigued after a full workday. I stumbled in the office hallway, fell awkwardly, and snapped my femur in two. Wow. And I dedicated a full year trying to get back to walking, but was not successful and started using a wheelchair.
Wow.
So at age 45, I had no idea that I would all of a sudden be faced with that. And so now, all of my focus in life is, doing everything I can with diet, exercise, and wellness to hold out and keep the strength to be able to live independently.
Sure.
And, hold out for a cure or something that can at least stop the progression.
Sure.
Because if they do stop, I know I can live independently.
Yeah. Thank
and
you.
Not be a burden.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Stuart. We have Pensy on the phone from North Carolina that has some of her own experiences with her body deteriorating and the limitations and impacts on her that has caused. Pensy, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Pensy. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Pensy Cruz. I am 67 years old. I live at Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. My first signs of FSHD began around the age of 32, reaching for things, bending at my waist, which was very difficult. I've never been able to do a sit-up. I understand now why. And my nickname growing up was named Duck, which is quite ironic, and that was alluding to my gait of my walk. For 34 years. Last year in 2019, I was diagnosed at Duke with FSHD 2. My one daughter, is 35 years old. She also has FSHD with chronic pain. I've exercised my whole life, despite my limitations. I should say now to a fault, because I did not know at the time that my muscles were dying.
Sure.
So needless to say, in the last year, I left down with my exercise. In the last 5 years, my disease has progressed a lot faster. It is a very emotional disease. I've always been a trooper and not like naps, but it appears that when I look at a pineapple on the counter, a fresh pineapple, and I'm in the living room and I look at it and I think, I don't have the energy to cut up a pineapple. It's very emotional, especially when you've been a doer like I have. I can't get my arms up to wash my hair. I've recently gone to the salon to have my hair washed. I almost can't get a fork to my mouth because of my arm limitations. And when I go to a restaurant, I dread the thought of how high is the tabletop going to be. I'm tripping all the time. When I try to turn my body, if I'm walking in the yard or whatever, needless to say, I usually do a face plant. It's just devastating. I live alone, have a lot of company, and I sit on the sofa and think, oh no, I've got to go upstairs and get the linen to wash.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
my granddaughter, I have one granddaughter, and about 2 weeks ago, I went to visit her. We were taking a walk, and she took off like a rocket at 2.5 years old towards the highway.
Oh no.
And I couldn't catch her. I can't run anymore.
Sure.
Luckily, she stopped at the road. So overall, it's just beyond devastating, and I'm just praying that I thank God for Mark Stone and everybody on staff and all of their input, how they relay any information to all of us guys that have FSHD. I think
Sure.
it's awesome, and
Thank
I just
you,
want to spread
Pansy.
the word.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm sure Mark appreciates hearing that. Amy, do you have a quick thought to add to that?
I do. The elephant in the room right now is COVID. And what I wanted to get across was that none of us have an exemption card when you have one illness, that you're not going to get another one or a second or a third. And with this disease, getting another illness and recovering from that illness or having that illness exacerbate the FSHD back and forth makes any other illness that much more exacerbated. With the COVID, one of my greatest fears, if one of my support group, I have home care, I have home PT, I have home OT, I have cleaning, I have food delivery. If one of them comes down with it and they don't come, I can get a replacement. But if I come down with COVID, even mildly, where an average individual might have been able to recover at home, if I had to self-isolate, I cannot take care of myself on a full-time basis. And that I would not be allowed to have these people responsibly come into my home, would mean that I would then be forced into either the hospital or nursing care system, even if a normal individual might have been able to recover in home.
Yeah, a truly unique worry given the world that we live in today. Thank you, Amy. I think we have time for one more phone caller today for this particular session. We'll be able to pick up when we come back after our break and hear many more voices. But I want to go to Trish from LA, who has a unique experience with kind of the topic that Amy was speaking to, which is, other conditions, other comorbidities. So, Trish, are you with us?
I am. Hi
welcome.
there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Trish Doctor. I'm 59. I have FSHD, and I first noticed kind of a weird heaviness in my hand when reaching for an orange at the market. I was 32, and my arm was getting weaker, and occasionally I would trip, and reaching out on a shelf became difficult. So when the doctor told me I had muscular dystrophy, it wasn't a total surprise. I was 32 at that time, and half my family had been disabled by FSHD for over 4 generations. And now, being diagnosed myself, the worst part was that I knew that both of my children would have 50% chance of developing this disease.
Sure.
Over the next 15 years, my symptoms progressed. I would trip more often. People would ask if I'd hurt my leg. It was difficult to raise my arm, harder to carry groceries, to shake hands. But with no treatment and no cure, what could I possibly do about it? I mean, even so, I remember saying to myself more than once, buck up. It's muscular dystrophy. At least I don't have cancer. Well, not so fast. because a few years later I was diagnosed with cancer, stage 3 breast cancer, and I was terrified. I had 2 children that needed me, and this couldn't be happening. I felt very alone and hopeless, like being in a canoe in the middle of the ocean without a light or a compass to guide the way. Fortunately, I found an amazing oncologist who calmly laid out a plan to beat cancer. There was chemotherapy, radiation, and a double mastectomy. I later realized that having this plan was what got me through this nightmare. He was confident we could beat cancer, and with his plan, we did. After that, however, his biggest concern was how the treatment would impact my muscular dystrophy, a disease with no cure and no treatment. 13 years have passed, and I am cancer-free, but unfortunately, Dr. Prasant's concerns were accurate. My dystrophy did progress. My arms and legs were much weaker, and I can no longer trust my body. My arm suddenly gives out while holding a glass of wine, and it's not the wine.
Yeah.
I can no longer lift my good arm to wash my hair, and with little strength in my arms and legs, I do continue to fall, and the falls are terrifying. From slipping on a kitchen floor and breaking my hand to falling on my front lawn when my toe got caught in a sprinkler head, rupturing my spleen and causing massive internal bleeding.
Sure.
So
any
here
final,
I am again.
Have any final thoughts for this, Trish?
Yeah, I was going to say, here I am again in the canoe in the middle of the ocean without a light or a compass. But this is, FSHD in some ways is worse than cancer because there's no treatment, there's no plan, there's no guidance. So just want to say, FDA, when the therapy is given to you for approval, please give a quick consideration. Give us hope, give us a plan, so we can end this nightmare.
Sure. Thank you, Trish. And actually, a great comment to share towards the end of this because it, I think, is a nice segue in ways to our afternoon topic, which is actually focusing on what treatments are available, broadly speaking, but then also what it is specifically that this community is looking for from future treatment. I know we've been getting in a lot of comments from the web, so maybe as we conclude this session, Mark, can you share a couple of the top comments that have come in?
Yes. Heather from Westerfield, Ohio. Of my 3 children, 2 now have a diagnosis, and I watch my 3rd one like a hawk. We hear that from a lot of our families. My fears for their future feel as though they'll crush me. Both my girls have visible symptoms 20 years before I did. Another one, Amy from Pennsylvania. My greatest concern is there'll come a day when I'm unable to care for myself due to the inability to walk, push up, use a wheelchair. The same thing happened to her father, and she fears that that's a glimpse into her own personal future, as so many of our families have. And just as a commentary, one thing I learned, and I was thinking, Amy, I think I learned this from you first, but I've heard it several times, that the scariest moments in our families' lives is in this downward progression. It happens in such a short amount of time when you lose seemingly a lot of ability and function, and then you stabilize for a while. And yet they say the second scariest time in life is in the stable period, waiting for the next slide. And I've heard over and over again, if we could just stop, if we could just stop that stabilize down. Anyway, that's...
Yeah, I think we'll want to explore what that means to everyone. So I just want to conclude this first topic. Look forward to coming back on treatments. I want to have a special thanks to our Zoom panel, Amy, Stuart, India, and Diane. Thank you for joining us, and we'll resume in about 20 minutes. We'll be coming back at 12:50 Eastern. We'll see you then. Welcome back. My name is James Valentine. I'm your meeting moderator, and I'm here with Mark Stone, the CEO of the FSHD Society. And you're here for the Voice of the Patient Forum, which is the externally PFDD meeting for FSHD. We had such a productive conversation not too long ago this morning where we really understood the burdens and impacts of living with FSHD, focused really on the direct symptoms and impacts on daily life. We're now coming towards our second topic, which will build on that earlier discussion, which focuses on the perspectives on current treatments, as well as getting an understanding on future approaches to treatment. We have a number of questions that we're going to work through together today that will help us understand those perspectives on treatments. We're going to ask you to help describe what it is that you're currently doing to manage your FSHD symptoms. We're going to start by wanting to understand what those different treatments are able to treat, and which symptoms and how well they're working. But at the same time, we recognize that no treatment comes without some downsides, whether that be side effects or the burden of needing to go get the treatment or recovery period. And so we want to understand those downsides as well. And when we talk about treatments, we're going to talk about it in kind of the broadest sense. We're not just talking about prescription drugs. We're not just talking about medical procedures, but we're also talking about other things that you might employ to just try to help with your condition and make life a little bit easier, whether that's something like physical or occupational therapy, or something you just do in your own daily life, like diet or exercise or lifestyle modifications you need to make to, again, just try to make managing life with FSHD a little bit easier. So like our first topic, we have a great panel of members from your own community who will be sharing their stories to help us understand their approaches to treatment and what they're looking for from future treatments. That is India, Jack, Chris, Kristen, and Lexi. I'll kick it to India to start us off.
Hello, my name is India. I currently live in Arizona and I'm 27 years old. I was diagnosed with FSHD at 6 years old. FSHD is a progressive disease, and my symptoms are constantly changing. I had to be creative and open to different ways to deal with the symptoms and challenges that comes with having this disease. It hasn't been easy, and I've tried my fair share of things. In the beginning of my journey, around 10 years old, I was prescribed prednisone. Although clinically this hasn't been proven to be effective, it reduced my number of falls and the severity of my fatigue. I was started on a low dose and would take it for about 6 to 8 months. Then I'd be weaned off for a few months. Then I'd be put back on it with a slight dose increase. The prednisone suppressed my immune system, putting me at risk for respiratory infections. I would get pneumonia sometimes twice a year. This continued until I was about 15 years old, when my doctors gave me a choice: to stop taking it completely or to continue taking it at a steady dose without being weaned off. I had also experienced rapid weight gain and trouble sleeping. I often felt highly energized with difficulty settling down or focusing. Once I was informed of the potential long-term side effects of prednisone, coupled with many visits to the emergency room for pneumonia, I decided the benefits weren't worth the risk anymore. So I stopped taking the medication. Around the same time, I had a spinal fusion to correct my mild scoliosis and to prevent my lordosis from creating permanent damage. Having the surgery was not an easy decision. I was told that after surgery it was likely that I wouldn't be able to walk anymore because my FSHD had already progressed so much. I had very low muscle tone in my torso and hips, leaving my spine to compensate to keep me upright, causing the lordosis. The theory was that restricting my spine would cause me to fall forward every time I tried to stand, unable to hold myself up. I was given the option to wait a few years, but I was told that if I waited, my lordosis would likely reduce my ability to use my arms, because I'd be stuck leaning forward while seated. I chose to go ahead with it. The surgery successfully corrected my spine, but I lost the ability to walk independently. I spent about a month in inpatient rehab. I was able to get on my feet and use platform walker, but mostly for exercise. Now, 12 years later, I use my wheelchair full time. I will say that without my power wheelchair, my life wouldn't be what it is today. although using a wheelchair also comes with its separate challenges. But that doesn't change the fact that my body is constantly getting weaker, making it difficult to use my arms. I've tried kinesio tape on my shoulders to give me better use of my arms, but that didn't help much and only left me with tape burns. Currently, in this part of my journey, FSHD has made it difficult to eat and breathe. I was given a BiPAP machine to use at night. I've had the machine for about 5 years now, and I still struggle to use it daily. I sometimes wake up in pain with an extended belly full of swallowed air, or I have to remove the mask because my nose and throat burn so much in pain from them being dry. I've had my machine settings changed several times. I've tried different sleeping positions, masks, and humidifiers. And on the days that I am successful at using it for more than 5 hours, taking it off in the morning can be jarring. It feels as though that someone has suddenly turned down all the oxygen in the room. It takes time to adjust before I can move on with my day. To combat with my issues with eating, I've changed my diet and the way that I eat. I avoid foods that are hard to chew or swallow, and eat smaller meals to avoid fatigue, which can sometimes lead to aspirating. And that list of foods is forever growing. Sometimes I use an adaptive spoon, prop up my arms, or sit in an elevated table to be able to feed myself. Many things that I've tried have been hit or miss and usually only work some of the time, like eye drops or sleeping goggles with the constant burning in my eyes. But things like hand splints or a soft back brace were more of a hindrance than a help. Oftentimes, the things that I try are difficult to adjust to, making them less effective. There will always be anxiety when new symptoms appear or when my creative solutions suddenly stop working. I never know what's coming next or when it's coming. All of the things that I try are just short-term solutions to a bigger issue. It's difficult to find something that works in a situation that is constantly changing. And without treatment, I would always be left to find new ways to deal with new or worsening symptoms. I would like to see a treatment that slows or stops the progression of FSHD, so that something that works for me now will also work for me later.
Hi everyone, my name's Jack Gerblick. I'm 60 years old and I live here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm married, I have 2 daughters and 3 grandchildren. I was diagnosed with FSHD1, a mild to moderate severity, at age 32 with a muscle biopsy procedure. The rate of progression of this disease for me over the last 3 years has been just downright frightening. I'm currently experiencing mobility issues, balance issues, weakness in my shoulders, reduced upper body strength, along with some back pain and some fatigue. These issues make it difficult for me to lift heavy objects, walk long distances, raise my arms above my head. I live in constant fear of tripping and falling due to the foot drop syndrome in my left foot. Every step I take requires my constant attention, thinking to myself, heel to toe, heel to toe, heel to toe. Progression of this disease has also been difficult for me to accept. 3 years ago, I was jogging. Today, I'm having trouble walking. This uncertainty about what's next is definitely affecting my quality of life. On a positive note, my wife has graciously agreed to be my personal Sherpa. So I've got that going for me. I'm doing the following things to help treat my current condition. I'm wearing a carbon fiber ankle foot orthosis brace, or AFO for short, to help with the foot drop on my left foot. I drive 2-footed, so I can't drive wearing the AFO. Taking it on and off is doable, but time-consuming. The AFO, however, does help reduce the fatigue when I walk long distances, and it definitely helps lessen my anxiety about tripping. The AFO brace, however, seemed to be a lot more effective when I first started wearing it 1.5 years ago than today. I use a cane to help with balance. I have a handicap plate that I use to avoid walking long distances. I take a daily cocktail, if you will, of supplements. selenium, zinc, magnesium oxide, CoQ10. I feel it helps me maintain the muscle strength, but there's no real evidence of that, and there's no studies that are going to prove that it's effective, and they are expensive. For exercise, I'm riding a stationary bike 20 to 30 minutes, 3 or 4 times a week. I've also incorporated a light to moderate exercise routine, which includes using some weights, loop bands, and then finishing up with some light stretching. I have experienced less fatigue and a positive effect on my quality of sleep, but I don't feel that my muscle strength has changed any due to the exercise over the last 1.5 years. An ideal treatment for FSHD for me would be just slowing down or stopping the progression of the disease. If we slowed it down by 25 or even 50%, that would be the equivalent of hitting a double in baseball, let's say. If we could stop the progression of the disease altogether, that would be like hitting a home run. My daughter and my grandson, named Daniel, for the past year in our pre-COVID-19 world, we've been enjoying something we called Fun Day Monday outings. So every Monday we pick a location somewhere in Atlanta, nature center, botanical gardens, playground, park. All of us would meet there, and then afterwards go out and enjoy lunch together, chat, get caught up. It became one of the highlights of my week. This particular Monday in late February of 2020, we decided to meet at a local library. As I entered the library front door, Daniel recognized me. He came running up with a big smile on his face and outstretched arms, just eager for me to give him a big hug from his Papa Jack. He was so happy to see me as I was to see him. As you could see from these pictures, lifting Daniel up was a struggle for me. Trying to keep my balance in order to keep him safe and not drop him on his head was my main goal. If my condition progresses at its current rate, it's going to be impossible for me to lift Daniel up to give him a big hug. Lifting up your grandchildren, taken for granted by most grandparents, has now become extremely important to me. If we can stop the progression of this disease, I've got 2 more grandchildren, Lucy and baby Caleb, all waiting for Papa Jack to pick them up and give them big hugs and kisses. That alone would be a grand slam. I'm just trying to be the best Papa Jack I can. Thank you.
My name is Chris Stenman. I am from Quincy, Massachusetts, and currently reside in Braintree, Massachusetts. I am 47 years old and was diagnosed with FSHD over 31 years ago at age 16. At that appointment, the neurologist told us there was no cure and no treatment. My parents were devastated. The term muscular dystrophy mostly inspired thoughts about Jerry's Kids and the Labor Day telethon. One would think I would be devastated, but I was somewhat relieved. This diagnosis now gave me an explanation of why I had difficulty getting stronger on the high school wrestling team and why I had trouble smiling. As a teenager, I was very self-conscious of the way my body looked and was not able to smile like others. I recall those teenage days as my first experience seeing how this disease can affect my body and my self-esteem. While working on my business degree and becoming a CPA, I began to realize that FSHD does not just affect the upper body muscles, but it also affects the legs and ankles. I started to trip, lose my balance, and fall. After several of these falls, I scheduled appointments with a physical therapist who referred me to an orthotist. These sessions resulted in me beginning to wear ankle-foot orthotics, AFOs. This was my first time using durable medical equipment. Although these AFOs helped me from tripping and falling, I was very self-conscious wearing them and didn't want anyone to know I had them on. The AFOs also took some time to adapt to while driving and made walking up and down stairs more difficult. They helped me with some muscle groups, but also forced other muscles to gain more atrophy from less usage. If only there was some medication I could take that could help strengthen these muscles or at least stop the progression of this weakness so that I wouldn't have the mental stress and anxiety of worrying about every step I would take with the fear of falling. Now more than ever, FSHD was affecting me mentally and physically. I tried to hide my fears. I was on the partner track at my firm and did not want anyone to treat me differently because of my physical limitations. Looking back on this, I see that I was putting myself at risk, and am lucky something more serious like a head injury or broken leg did not occur. As I entered my 30s, I was promoted to partner, got married, purchased a house, and experienced two of the happiest days of my life when my daughter Lauren was born and 2 years later, my son Sean. At first, I did well, but when I turned 40, everything seemed to change. Even when I was wearing my AFOs, I began to fall. It seemed like everywhere I went, there were obstacles. My doctors recommended physical occupational therapy, and after sessions and consultations with them, realized we would need to renovate our house to make it handicap accessible. Those changes included an elevator lift, accessible bathroom, doors, cabinets, and less steep stairs with special handrails and a ramp. Once the renovations were completed, I felt more comfortable living in a safer house. However, as I saw throughout my life, living with this disease, there were trade-offs. I now had an elevator lift, so I didn't have to climb stairs and take risks of possibly falling. But now my legs were getting weaker, so getting up from a sit to stand position was more difficult. So then I had more physical therapy to work on that sit to stand motion. Things would get better for a few months, and then another muscle group would become weaker. I would use a cane for about a year and then needed to move on to a mobility scooter and eventually a power wheelchair. Then I needed to purchase a van with a ramp to accommodate the scooter or power wheelchair. I was happy because I could remain independently driving. However, as the months went on, I then had difficulty moving my foot from gas to brake. I had a minor accident. After that situation, I decided for the safety of my family and others on the road, it was time to stop driving. FSHD has affected almost every muscle in my body. I look forward to the day when FSHD patients do not have to suffer the struggles that have been endured by previous generations. That is the reason why I am here today. I have been knocked down physically and mentally, but I always get up. I would like to end with a quote that I recently read and I feel defines me and many other FSHD patients. It's hard to be a person who never gives up. I will never give up helping to find a treatment or cure for this devastating disease. Thank you.
Imagine at the age of 9, your greatest fear is that someday you might not walk. It's a heavy thought for a young mind. My name is Kristen Zwickau, and infantile FSHD became a part of our lives 3 years ago when our daughter Kate was diagnosed. Post-diagnosis, my husband and I made the commitment that her childhood and life would be lived to the fullest. Today, Kate is a thriving 9-year-old despite the fact that she can't keep up physically with her peers. She can't run, walk slow, and struggles to go upstairs, all things her friends do without thinking. Year by year, as she grows, she's being robbed of things that she once could do. She was a skier, biker, playing tag, throwing a ball, tennis. It's heartbreaking to watch. The simplest outing for Kate has to be thought through versus just being able to go. Nonstop problem solving, worrying, and strategizing in all our parts just to leave the house. As we dove feet first into the FSHD, we quickly found out that there's no cure, treatments, or playbook for a child with FSHD. What we thought people should do 10 years ago is very different today. It takes a lot of time, researching, chatting with many doctors and other patients to come up with a game plan for your own situation. This has been a full-time job on top of the ones my husband and I already hold. Over the course of the past 3 years, however, we have learned so much and done our best to create a playbook for Kate. As much as we strive to make sure Kate has as much of a normal childhood as possible, we have revamped and changed our lives drastically to do what we can to slow progression. Are our efforts working? We can't be 100% sure on all fronts, but right now it's better than nothing when you don't have a therapy to help. It has been documented non-scientifically that high protein diets that are natural as possible are best for FSHD patients. Processed foods can be extremely toxic to those with FSHD. We have revamped our entire way of eating with whole food and farm to table. It's time-consuming and expensive, but if it helps just keep her where she is today or slows progression, we're willing to endure. Our grocery bill is increased by over $1,000 per month in order to get the right foods that have the right nutritions to help us build up Kate as much as we can. We are not sure if the food is helping us keep her strong muscle-wise. However, Kate is gaining weight at a healthy progression for her size and building muscles. So a piece of her playbook we're willing to keep even without the scientific confirmation of what it's doing. Kate has been going to physical therapy now 2 times a week for 3 years. We do know what works from the baseline testing that they do. We've lost movement and strength in some areas while we've gained in others. Her time to go upstairs has decreased while her time to walk 200 feet has maintained. She has increased her range of motion with her arms overhead, as well as increased her ability to lift things. Stretching we do daily, and we do notice an increase in her ability range of muscle fatigues are a little bit less. The cost, however, $450 a week. Per session, $900 total. At school, she's on a 504 plan. Kate is allowed to physically move between classes with more time to transition, and she gets help with the 3 flights of stairs that she has to climb 3 times a day. We also invested in a stationary bike that Kate rides 4 to 5 times a week for a half an hour. It's one of the few physical activities that are proven to FSHD to increase strength in the legs. We had to buy the high-end bike to fit her little body properly, which was a cost of $2,500. Results have been positive, while minor. Once she used to lean sideways to go upstairs, 2 months later she can climb stairs with straight legs and increase speed, also seeing endurance and cardio increase. We also have invested in Pilates and massage for Kate. Every other Wednesday night, Kate goes for a 2-hour session. We've increased her range of motion while also her core muscles. We saw a strength build over the course of the 2 months that we were doing it. However, due to the practice due to COVID, we had to stop. And we've seen a slight decrease over the past couple of months. As you can see from her schedule above, we have had to incorporate a lot more activities into her everyday life than your average child. Most kids her age don't have to work out every morning just to hopes of maintaining function. Since the day we received Kate's diagnosis, we've been laser focused on treatment. A definition of treatment to us means something that either slows the progression or stops it. It would be a bonus and a dream to have her build muscles, but first and foremost, it's just slowing or stopping the toxin. Dealing with the unknown year after year with what her life is going to look like is mentally exhausting. My husband and I have no idea how to plan for her future because we have no idea what condition she will be in 5 years from now or beyond if there is no therapy. Do we plan that she will have a job and need 24-hour care, or do we plan that she'll go to school and pursue her dream of building a rocket that's safe for astronauts to fly into space? Our future and hers stays in limbo with no unknowns. If there is no therapy, that at a minimum slows the progression sooner than later. We would be able to guide, plan, or dream again with the therapy. A huge piece of the puzzle is how you navigate life when you have a child with a rare progressive disease is the help of a treatment, no matter how minimal its effects. We don't need something that solves the entire puzzle today. Just something that keeps her who she is today would be life-changing.
Hi everyone, my name is Lexi Pappas. I'm 26 and I live in Massachusetts. I've been living with FSHD now for about 14 years, and it's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster. Since I was first diagnosed, I was always looking for some kind of treatment, or just something to help cope with the symptoms of FSHD. When I first went to a doctor many years ago, they told me that physical therapy was a good start. This is something that I did for many years, from high school throughout college. It's definitely not a real treatment per se, but it helped to keep some of the strength during those years. The problem was, though, that a lot of these therapists didn't really know too much about FSHD, so I was never sure if they were targeting the right muscles. I also just wasn't able to do some of the exercises without their help, so I couldn't do them at the gym or at home. In college, I did find a therapist that had taken the time to do some research on FSHD, and I could really tell. I still do a lot of the exercises she had me do today. Physical therapy helped with muscle weakness, which is obviously the main symptom of this disease, and I was able to gain a bit of muscle, but it mostly helped to keep the muscle that I already had. After PT was over, I started going to the gym and doing those exercises that I had learned. This was pretty much exactly like PT, but I used a bit more weight and I did the exercises longer than I did at PT. Both of these are great at helping along the way, but they're definitely not a real treatment for FSHD. One of the worst symptoms that I've had from FSHD is pain. Starting in high school, I had very bad back pain. It stopped me from doing a lot of things in life, and I even had to quit one of the sports I loved because of it. Because of this pain, I wanted to find anything I could to help with it. The first thing we tried was pain medication. Honestly, I don't really remember what medication it was because I took them for such a short amount of time. These medications didn't really do anything for me, and I didn't feel any different, and also preferred not to be on a pain drug to help cope. Because these medications didn't work, my doctor recommended steroid shots as the next thing to help with back pain. The first time I did it, I didn't feel pain for a few days or so, from what I can remember. I did it one more time and had the same effect. We felt that this treatment wasn't successful and not worth continuing. Since then, I've had trouble finding something that actually helps with pain management. I've used THC pain cream, CBD cream, back braces, massage therapy, and acupuncture. Majority of those treatments really didn't do anything for me. THC cream is one of the only things that I've found that has helped with pain, even just a little bit. I rub it on my pain points and I can feel just enough relief throughout the day where I'm not thinking about every second. But it definitely doesn't take away the pain, it just makes it a bit more bearable. Pain is hard to deal with because most of the time it's never ending. Even when I go to bed, the pain doesn't stop. The last treatment and the most successful treatment I've done is surgery. I had scapulothoracic fusion surgery in May 2015 and December 2015. One of the main and first symptoms of FSHD is scapular winging. My scapular bones have stuck out since I was about 12, and it was always something that I was self-conscious of, and it also caused me pain. I was also unable to lift my arms for more than a second or two without them falling down. My grandfather, who also had FSHD, researched this surgery for a long time and never wanted me to do it for safety reasons, but in 2015, he finally found a good surgeon and felt like the surgery was safe enough for me to do. It's a risky surgery because you never know how your body will react. It could cause lung problems if the wires snap or pain from the wires digging into your skin, etc. But basically, the surgeon fuses your scapular bones to your ribcage and uses wire to hold it in place while it fuses. The recovery was about 8 weeks and then several months of physical therapy. There are many pros and cons to the surgery, but for me, the pros outweigh the cons. Some of the benefits are that my scapular bones no longer stick out, my shoulders don't slouch forward, and there's very little pain around my scapular bones. The negative side effects are that I do not have full range of motion and I have very large scars on my back. Overall, this surgery was definitely a very successful treatment for my scapular winging. Having a significant treatment for FSHD would really be life-changing. I see 2 significant treatments that could help. I would like to see something that would stop progression of the disease. For me, if I were to stop progression right now, I would still be able to walk in 10 years. I would still be able to smile, to get off the couch, to raise my arms, to hold my future baby, and countless other things. I think about it all the time how, if my disease keeps progressing, at one point I will no longer be able to hold my baby or play with them. Another ideal treatment would be regaining muscle. If there were a way to regain certain muscles, that would drastically change my life. Sometimes I think about if I could just have one more muscle in my abdomen, I would be able to do so much more and I would feel more confident. The abdomen weakness causes me so much pain and causes the way I walk to look different than others, so I often have strangers asking me if I'm pregnant or why I walk like this, so for me to gain muscle in at least one spot would really be life-changing.
Again, so incredible. Thank you, Lexi, but also India, Jack, Chris, and Kristen for sharing your story, sharing your treatment journeys, and thinking hard about what it is that you would look for from that future treatment. All topics that we hope to explore together with all of you who are following along, just like we did earlier, to kind of hear and the range of different experiences that exist. Here we're going to start by focusing on what you're currently doing to manage your symptoms, and particularly any experiences of things that have helped. And I'll remind you that for treatments, we mean this broadly. We mean not just the things that are prescription drugs or medical procedures, but although we do want to hear about those, really there's a broad range of things that you might do in your daily life. At this point, I want to remind that if you have an experience you want to share and you want to call in, we encourage you to call in. The phone number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. Of course, you can also continue to write in that box form that is underneath the live stream on the website. But to get us started on this topic, we have some polling questions for you to understand some of your experiences. So if you can pull out those phones, you can open that browser, new tab in that browser, whatever you've been using throughout the day, or if you've just joined us and you're a patient and a caregiver, we welcome you to answer these polling questions. You can go to pollev.com/FSHD. Again, that's at the top of the screen. You can see that URL. This first question we have is we want to know, what are you using to help manage your FSHD symptoms? And here you can select all that apply. So we want to know, are you using A, prescription medications? This can be anything from pain relief to antidepressant and anxiety meds to steroids. B, are you using any over-the-counter medications? This could be things, for example, acetaminophen or ibuprofen. C, are you using medical or recreational marijuana or cannabidiol or CBD? D, are you using dietary and herbal supplements? And E, are you not currently using any of these? So please select all that you, or if you're a caregiver, the person with FSHD that you care for, please select all that they are using to help manage their symptoms. And as a reminder, you're seeing percentages. These are percentages of responses, not percentages of individuals, since people are able to select more than one option. So we'll give you a few more moments to get in your responses here. We're just trying to get a sense of what different approaches the patients we have represented today are using to help manage their FSHD. As it stands, it looks like the top approach that's used is over-the-counter medication, followed by dietary and herbal supplements. However, there's a number of people that are using prescription medications or medical or recreational marijuana or cannabidiol. And we have a decent grouping of people that are not currently using any of these things. And so certainly during the audience discussion, even though this is a discussion around treatments, it would be useful for us to know if there's any particular reasons you're not using anything, and what your own personal considerations are for whether or not to use a treatment, even if that means you're currently not using anything. So your voices are important too during this session as well. If we can go to our second polling question. So beyond those medications and supplements that we had listed on the previous slide, we want to get a sense of some of the other things that we would consider a treatment for purposes of this meeting. So are you using any of the following other things to help manage your FSHD symptoms? And again, select all that apply. Your options are A, exercise, B, physical or occupational therapy, C, braces, kinesiotape or similar treatments, D, mobility aids, things like walkers, scooters, or wheelchairs, E, surgery, including things like scapular fixation, F, diet modifications, G, complementary or alternative therapies, H, counseling or therapy, I, some other medication or treatment that hasn't been listed on either this slide or the previous slide, so some other treatment that hasn't been represented, or J, if you are not currently using anything listed here, please select J, and we'll get again, please select all that apply to you or to the loved one that you care for in terms of other things that you are doing to help manage FSHD symptoms. All right, we'll give you just a few more moments to get your responses in here. As it stands, it looks like the greatest approach that's being used amongst our patient community represented today is exercise. Seems far below, that's by far the most common thing that's being used. After that, it looks like it's PT and OT, mobility aids, as well as braces and kinesio tape. After that kind of second grouping, we have diet modifications. Outside of that, we do have representation from surgery, complementary or alternative therapies, and counseling, as well as some people have listed other things, other treatments. We definitely want to hear about those during the audience discussion. And just a very small cohort that are not currently using any of these things. So again, also want to understand your experiences and why that is. All right, if we can move to our third polling question on this. So thinking of all of those things that we just listed on the last two slides, here we want to know is how well does that current regimen control your condition overall? And your options are, it controls it A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you're not using anything. We know that there were some of you that mentioned you weren't using anything on the last two questions, so that would apply to you for question 3 here. All right, so while the final results are trickling in, it looks like just about 40%, well, it looks like the results are shifting around a little bit, but just around 40%, both for people that are saying C, their current treatment regimen helps somewhat, and B, it helps very little. Whereas the other options, which would be if treatment was helping to a great extent or if treatment was helping not at all, don't seem to be very common experiences amongst our patients that are represented today. So we really want to understand the why behind your response to this question. We want to know what it is you're using and why do you think it's helping very little or somewhat or to a great extent or not at all. All of those different perspectives are very important for us to hear today, and a lot of that will depend on what particular medicines you and other treatments you're using. So thank you for participating in polling. We'll come back to that again. I just want to remind everyone that if you have an experience with the treatment that you'd like to share, please dial us and get into the phone queue. You can do that at 1-703-844-3231. I want to start by coming to our Zoom panel and asking Cardin, when you were looking at that polling question and choosing how well your treatments are working, what were you thinking? What treatments were you thinking about, and how did you make your selection?
Thanks, James. And yes, I'm Cardin Wyckoff, based in Atlanta. You probably saw my video earlier. Like myself, as Lexi mentioned, I also use CBD. I take it orally. I don't use a cream, but I do take it orally, and that has really helped with inflammation. And since I also use a wheelchair, I've noticed that because I don't walk anymore, that my legs and my ankles specifically get swollen. And when I do not take the CBD oil every day, I notice that I get pain in my ankles and some swelling. So CBD has really helped with that. In addition, I do a lot of like sound baths, meditation therapies and stuff to really help to build that mental fortitude. So those are the alternative treatments that I currently use to help with the symptoms.
Yeah, and so you gave us a little bit of an explanation of the CBD oil, but the other alternative treatments, how do you notice in your daily life that those help you?
The alternative treatments like the meditation and the sound baths really help with just managing the stress, the anxiety, and also just the depression that comes with FSHD. And without it, I find myself kind of going into a deep, dark hole, into a spiral of, oh, woe is me. And without that, I think it's something that it's easy to get lost into the, oh, well, I can't do this, I can't do that. So those really help to improve my thoughts and to help control the actions that also I take advantage of.
Sure. Thank you so much, Carden. I think what stood out to me from this morning was truly the emotional and mental health burden that, it's not just a physical condition, it's so much more. And so hearing about those, the ways that you help manage that aspect of the condition are so important to hear. So thank you again, Carden. We have some phone callers who have dialed in that I'd like to hear some of their experiences about treatments that they've tried. Again, while we've started talking about things that might have helped, of course, any experiences that you have would be of interest. So I'd like to start with Ray from North Carolina that wants to talk a little bit about his family's experience with some treatment approaches. So Ray, are you with us?
Hi, James. Yes.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I may have a little bit of a unique experience because my daughter, who was on earlier, Meredith, and I co-authored a book on all types of muscular dystrophy, and we've written several peer-reviewed papers on FSHD. So we have a couple of things we think would be important as new therapies are developed for patients with FSHD. And I'd like to just list a few, but one of the things that was a big problem for us that we really wrestled with was to have spinal surgery for my son to correct his lordosis, which was associated with his muscle weakness.
Okay.
So what basically happened was his spine became more like an S because it was weakened because it didn't have the muscles. And one of the concerns we had to get the correction, which basically ended up being 2 cobalt chrome rods put into his back to straighten his back, was when we get the surgery done, because we were concerned that the way he walked and the way he had to compensate, that he might not be able to have that anymore, and that would lose his remaining ability to walk. So we put off the surgery the first year because we talked to 3 or 4 different doctors. Mm-hmm. And then the second year, we talked to a couple of different doctors. And by the time I had talked to 7 different orthopedic surgeons and neurologists, we were pretty sure that we would put it off as long as we possibly could. And then at the time, what we had to do was we waited until my son started getting some ulcers, which are somewhat similar to like the cubital ulcers that a person might get who has diabetes. And once he started getting the ulcers, we knew we had to do the surgery. So it was a very difficult situation for us. He was 18 years old at the time, and he knew one of the sequelae could be that he would not be able to walk again. So he had the spinal surgery, and of course, he was not able to walk anymore, so it was very difficult.
Wow. And knowing that there was going to be that trade-off, was there some benefit to Jonathan as a result of the surgery? How would you describe that?
Yes, there was definitely some benefits that we had from it. We had a remarkable surgeon from Duke University, and he was responsible for a very good surgery, which is not done commonly in patients with FSHD. This is an uncommon surgery. Mm-hmm. He was able to digest better. He did not have any of the ulcers anymore. He was able to sit up straight and didn't have to constantly worry about his balance falling over while he was using the wheelchair. And actually, when he was in college, he actually had personal assistance for his first year. And after the surgery, he did not require the personal assistance, so he was able to live on his own as long as we had certain foods kind of pre-prepared, which we did every week while he was at college.
Great. Well, that's extremely helpful to hear about, Ray, and thank you so much for sharing your and Jonathan's story. I'd like to go to another caller that we have, an individual, Jeff from LA, who has tried many treatments over the years and would like to share some of his experience. Jeff, are you with us? Jeff, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Have a question?
Oh no, go ahead and please share your experience with whatever treatment it is that you wanted to speak to, or maybe treatments.
Okay. I am severely affected by FSHD to the point of using a power chair for mobility. I've considered various treatments and activities over the years, from Oriental medicine to meditation to just trying to keep very healthy, all of which have kept me going. Staying active is a major part of my remaining relatively able. I currently have a regimen of daily exercises given me by a physical therapist, plus I stand daily, which is difficult to do without a stand-up lift. I use a peddler exerciser. I'm very consistent with daily exercise. Can you find consistency is slowly working to make me a bit stronger and more independent. I think the biggest thing is to have a calm mind and be able to focus on being positive and continuing to move forward. Meaningful treatment to me would be something that stops progression of the disease. I feel that if there's a treatment that stops production of DUX4, the natural healing capability of the human body will be able to bring back muscle strength.
Sure.
That's my main statement.
Great. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for calling in and sharing both, that your experience with those kind of exercise regimes, but also your thoughts on what you'd like from a future treatment. I know that we've been getting callers in the queue, but we also have written comments that have been coming in. So I want to see, Mark, have we heard any positive treatment stories?
You bet. And while they're anecdotal, they work for some. And that's kind of the overarching message. And when I saw the different polls, it was like our families are fighters. They're going to try something. Yeah. And they'll work some. They'll work great. Sometimes they don't work at all, but it doesn't stop them. Lance from Suffolk, Virginia, says 2 things have helped me over the past 2 years. Bicycling. Tries to ride 4 miles a day, 5 days a week. His legs feel much stronger. Yoga is another thing that Lance mentions. For the past 2 months, every morning he does a variety of 20 to 30 minutes of yoga. He can't do a down dog. Some of you know what that means. I know a little bit about what that means. But I can tell a big difference in balance. In other words, they're trying to maintain some functionality. Grace from California says, I take a bowl full of supplements every day as well as an NSAID. And she goes on to say that I have the supplements, selenium and zinc and creatine, high vitamin D, high dose of turmeric and fish oil. Again, just some of those supplements that we saw many of our families say that they're trying to take. Again, just to either to treat symptoms or to maintain some type of functionality a little bit longer.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Great to hear of all the different approaches, including some of those dietary supplements that seem to help at least somewhat. To see if there's any other experiences with things that have helped, I want to go back to our Zoom panel here and ask Maureen if she has any experiences. What might have helped you?
So several of the things that people have said before me definitely resonate with me. I've been doing almost daily yoga for about 20 years or so, and a meditation practice. And through the progression of my disease, I noticed that my body can do different things, less things in my yoga practice. But I'm also more in touch with my body. So it's helped me throughout the progression to speak to the doctors because I know how things feel. It's almost like my own PT. I've been to PT enough over the years to know what they're going to tell me to do, and now I can do it in my yoga practice. And on top of that, like Cardin was saying before, the meditation, the keeping my mind focused and on the positives that I can is essential to get it through days that are rougher than others. As I see my disease progressing and there are more limitations physically, I have to keep myself mentally strong. So I think that's important. I also did have the scapula fixation surgery. So the yoga was my PT really for the months afterwards to help me get strong again. So for me, that's my biggest therapy.
Yeah, and how, can you tell us a little bit about that recovery, what that looked like, how long that took?
It was a very difficult recovery. They told me going in, it was going to be a long, difficult recovery. And for some reason I thought, well, sure, that's for other people. It won't be that difficult for me. But it was very long. It was very painful, much more so than I thought. I was getting a lot of pain medication, which I don't love to take because I think as most people with FSHD know that we're in pain all the time, right? So you have to moderate when you can take the medication and not. So as I said, the yoga, the physical therapy, months, I would say I was at least probably a year, 6 months of good pain and a year to get mobility to where I think it should have been.
Sure. Thank you so much, Maureen, for sharing that. We have Kevin from Fort Myers, Florida on the phone, who himself has a couple of treatment approaches we haven't heard too much about yet. Nerve abrasions, needling, and even lower lid eye surgery. So would love to hear about some of that. Kevin, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Well, thank you. First, I'd like to say is that 3 of my siblings out of 5 others have FSH. We got it from my father. From the nerve ablation standpoint, about every 3 months I have nerve ablation of the nerves in a different part of my spine to kill the nerves off to help with the back pain. That does help quite a bit, but it just doesn't last long enough. Insurance won't let them do it as frequently as I would like. So between that, I do have needling where they do put in some like ketamine or something like that, also done to relieve the back spasms. When I fell once, I cracked 2 vertebrae so that I get a lot of back spasms, and getting rid of the back spasms helps tremendously. So if someone's not getting that done, I would recommend that. I also had the lower lid eye surgery where they lift the lid to where my eyelids can come down to, and that's really helped relieve the strain on my eyes, especially when I go outside, and it helps with sleeping because my eyes aren't open the whole time.
Sure. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Mark, I don't know if any of those approaches, but before we finish up this first question, just want to see if there's any other kind of unique comments that have come in.
Todd from North Carolina writes about his son. He said, our son is so desperate to try anything, legal or not, to stem the disease's progression. It's worrisome when a 27-year-old young man is ready to order black market testosterone, for example, in case it might help. And I think that cry can be echoed around our community, that there must be something. And so, and again, a lot of nutraceuticals help stem the tide. Yeah. NSAIDs help a bit. Of course, exercise helps a bit. But, that's the cry of a lot of our families' hearts, really.
Sure. So I want to expand the conversation a bit. We've been focused on things that have helped. We know that there's always downsides to the treatments that you use as well, and often there's probably a bit of both. There are trade-offs that you're accepting certain downsides in order to have certain benefits, and we've heard just a little bit of that so far. But to help us think about the downsides that you might have been experiencing and get a sense from our audience, we have a polling question that I would like to go to. So if we can go to our 4th polling question for this topic. We want to know, what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches? So you've already shared with us and through your polling and through those of you who have called and written in some of the things that you're using. So of those, what are the biggest drawbacks that you experience? And you can select up to 3 to let us know which are the most impactful on you. And the options are A, that it's not very effective. B, there's a high cost or copay, or it's not covered by your insurance. C, you have limited availability or accessibility to actually get access to a treatment. D, the number of pills or medications that are needed per day. E, the side effects of the products that you have available to you. F, it requires too much effort and or too much time commitment. Or G, some other drawback that is not listed on this slide. And H, you can mark if it's not, this question is not applicable to you because you are not using any treatments. So think about this. Think about what are the drawbacks, the biggest top 3, up to 3 drawbacks from your current approaches. So as it stands, it looks like, and again, these are percentages of responses, that the biggest drawback is that the products are not very effective, followed by the fact that they are of high cost and not covered by insurance. After those two, it looks like a little bit lower than those is F, that it requires too much effort and or time commitment to utilize the treatments. And then fourth would be C, that there's limited availability or accessibility. So some of these things maybe you want to use, but you're not able to get to them. Maybe you're not near a healthcare facility that can provide them. However, we do have all of the different drawbacks selected by some of you as a top 3 impact, and including others that aren't listed here.
Yeah, interestingly, A and B combined, not very effective. Obviously, we're utilizing things that aren't prescribed for FSHD. Mm-hmm. So there's symptom treatment, which then begets that second highest mark, high cost, copay, not covered by insurance for FSHD. And so those are 2 big hurdles for our families.
Yeah, we want to hear about these different hurdles that you've experienced. And so to do that, I'd like to kick that off with one of our Zoom panelists. I'd like to go to Jeff. And Jeff, what have been some of the biggest downsides you've experienced from available treatments?
Well, I would say, so the 3 areas would be effectiveness, side effects, and cost. Mm-hmm. So side effects would be liver damage. I take way more Advil than I like, but in order to deal with the pain throughout the day, I really don't have a choice. So I get concerned about the impact that it's having on my liver. Cost it's expensive. I mean, if you have to put a lift in your car or you have to buy a scooter, you're talking $5,000-$10,000+ So this adds up very, very quickly. And then effectiveness. I mean, I've been riding a spin bike, 3 days a week for 20 years, and I haven't gotten any better. Maybe I slowed down the progression of the disease. We don't know, but I continue to do it for physical reasons and psychological reasons. But again, most people who would exercise that much, they'd be able to go ride 150 miles over mountains, but I can barely walk. So it would be those 3 areas.
Yeah, and on that last point that you made, Jeff, about kind of the not really knowing if it's helping, but maybe it's helping slow, is that issue of not knowing whether something's really helping, maybe it is a common experience that you've had with treatments when you have tried them. You try them and maybe they're not hurting, but you don't know if they're helping.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, exercise, again, going back to that, normally you get motivated by exercising because you see the results. You're getting stronger, you're getting faster, you can do it longer. But you don't get those benefits when not everybody. I think as you get older, those benefits are harder to come by. Maybe when you're younger, you can build a little bit of muscle. But as you get older, it's really hard to see the benefits of that. So you're banging away and working as hard as you can, but at the same time, you feel like you're pushing a boulder up a hill. You're just not making any progress. So it's a real test of one's will to continue to put the time in, not knowing if it's really doing anything or not.
Right. Wow, thank you. I see nodding heads. I think that resonates with others. To hear some additional treatment experiences, we have some phone callers. I'd like to go to Colette from LA, who wants to talk about treatments that she's tried and how that relates to the progression of her disease. Colette, are you with us?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name, as you said, is Colette, and I'm 35 years old. I have FSHD, and so do my two sisters, my brother, and my mom. At 12 years old, to treat scapular winging, physical therapists taped my shoulders in place. The tape was embarrassing to wear at dance and swim practice and left a giant itchy rash. It did nothing to treat the disease from worsening. At 19, I got my first ASO to prevent falling and to help me walk. It was uncomfortable, hard plastic that required bulky athletic shoes 2 sizes bigger than normal. Needing to wear an ASO felt like my autonomy over how I present myself in the world was being taken away, and it hurt so badly that my toes would become numb. Today, I wear a carbon fiber ASO that is more comfortable but just as ugly. It does nothing to treat my FSHD from worsening. In my 20s, I started using the back pockets of my jeans to help my lordosis. My pockets still are the most effective in keeping me walking, and I include it to show how few practical solutions there are for living with FSHD. At 31, I finally found a knowledgeable physical therapist to treat my chronic pain and to keep me moving. My PT program, I feel like I'm fighting this disease that continues to worsen untreated. I also started wearing a corset-style back brace. Corsets were phased out of fashion for a reason. They are uncomfortable. Its interior sharp metal bars slide out of place, bruising and stabbing my back and abdomen. The back brace does help me stand and walk for longer, but it does not treat my worsening FSHD. At 32, when walking at work became too difficult, I had a lift installed in my car so I could bring my wheelchair. Because lifts are not considered a treatment I had to pay out of pocket, it continues to treat me with the freedom to leave the house independently. For the sake of time, I want to mention that there are many other treatments I have tried, ranging from custom 3D printed back braces to acupuncture. Nothing that actually treats or slows my worsening FSHD. I hope my story illustrates that what is available today is not good enough, but I hope you also put my story in perspective. I know I do receive the best treatments available. I have the privilege that healthcare providers believe me when I tell them about my chronic pain and fatigue. I live in Los Angeles near UCLA, one of the leading research institutions for FSHD. My husband and I have been given opportunities to best-in-class employer PPO health insurance that shares the cost of some of the medical equipment needed, and when health insurance falls short, which is often, we have the financial means to get what I need. With all of these things, this experience is still incredibly difficult to navigate and not good enough. Imagine what life is like living without him. Waiting for a treatment is scary. I am fearful of what else I will lose while I wait. Will FSHD take mobility from my hands? Will breathing become more difficult? What else will it take away from my family members who are sick? We need treatments that address the actual disease. Treatments need to stop patients from getting sicker and help us get better. And these treatments need to be affordable and accessible to everyone. Treatments need to help us regain strength, to not live in pain, and to be able to enjoy life's simple pleasures, like picking up a child and cradling it in your arms, walking and scaling life's mountains without having to worry about the disease burden. Thank you so much for listening.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. Wow. It was incredible.
Yeah.
You know, Colette, you covered so much there, so many different approaches to treatment, the good, the bad.
You know, James, to echo Colette, Jack from Oregon talks about that expense. You know, he said, I'd like to mention how expensive this disease can be. I've gone through many different braces in 15 years. Every time I get a new brace, it's over thousands of dollars. I've had to get new orthotics, usually $400 at a time. It's gotten to the point where I can't afford them. And Janet echoes that same thing. One of the hardest things for me is things like massage, supplements, exercise. We don't know whether it truly works or not. Much of the evidence is anecdotal, and again, as Colette was opining, it's also very expensive, and these things are not covered by insurance, and they're really symptom relief, not necessarily treating the root cause.
Sure, a difficult trade-off when that burden of that was listed and Jeff spoke to and Colette has spoken to, the not having effectiveness or known effectiveness, kind of yet having also to balance that with the ability to access those things. Another person who has called in that I'd like to hear from is Luke. Luke is calling in from North Carolina, has had a number of treatments that he's tried to just try to maintain his, as he calls it, his normal lifestyle. So Luke, are you with us?
I sure am. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. And I just wanted to, give some props to Colette. I mean, that was incredibly powerful, and I'm glad I had a couple moments to recompose myself.
Absolutely.
So to say. If you recall Todd from North Carolina, I'm actually the black market testosterone guy. I had a good laugh when I heard him calling in. That wasn't planned at all, but happy to share some things that I've done in the past maybe 6-7 years. I've gone through, it sounds like quite a few of you have, but a scapulothoracic fixation surgery while I was in college. Obviously, just leaves a massive scar across your back. So taking off a shirt, going to the beach, going to the pool, always leads to a conversation that needs to be had that sometimes you, or really most often, you don't want to have, and leads to some social anxiety there. Have also been desperate enough to take part in clinical studies, had taken part in the ACE 083 study, which unfortunately did not have any positive outcomes, or from what I can tell, any negative outcomes, but the trial itself did end up failing, and there were no improvements in strength. They were using that trial as an inhibitor to the myostatin inhibitor that is naturally occurring within the human body. As my pops had said, I have mulled over taking black market testosterone despite having normal levels of it, simply to increase strength in my dominant right arm. The differences in strength throughout my right and left side are just incredible and leads to a lot of social anxieties. I tend to avoid any social activities that involve any modicum of arm strength or range of motion. Mm-hmm. And I'm hopeful that in the near future, a treatment or cure would be released that would turn off this gene and allow me to regain the muscle I had when I was even just 10 years younger, to not even be allowed or have the opportunity to try and gain strength is devastating.
Sure. And Luke, you mentioned a couple of the therapies that you've tried, an investigational product and a clinical trial, testosterone. Are there any specific either positive, kind of benefits that you've experienced from those, or on the other side, any trade-offs that came with those that you would like to share?
When it comes to the thoracic fixation surgery, I wouldn't take it back. It has led to just a better quality of life, and I hope it lasts. And I would do it again on my left side of my body if that needed to happen. And I would imagine the disease will progress, but it is a lot slower on my left side, it appears. And
can you give me an example of when you say it's helped improve your quality of life? What does that mean?
Yeah, sure. Well, obviously a big reason to have it is because there's scapular winging that takes place, and mine was aggressive enough to a point where sitting down, something that should be incredibly comfortable to everyone, was simply not, and I preferred to stand or lean with my arm on top of some sort of surface in order to give my back some sort of rest or release any pinching, or it added up to a lot, and it was always something that I I needed to be aware of whether at the time in my life I was in a classroom and needed to be in chairs for a majority of lectures or doing work in a library, and having just a big old scapula pop out of just one side of your back just leads to other awkward conversations.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Luke, for calling in. It was great to hear from you. And I want to encourage any others that want to call in to share their treatment experiences, whether that be things that have helped, anything that came with a downside, could be something you're currently doing or something you've tried in the past. If you want to call in, that number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. And as a reminder, you can also continue to write in using that web form that's underneath the live stream. I want to go to our Zoom panel and go to Danny and ask, Danny, of the treatment experiences, we've talked about a number of them now. Is there anything that we've missed that you'd like to share with us from your experience?
Hi, yeah. So for me, the best thing that worked treatment-wise is getting in the pool with my physical therapist. I have access to my neighborhood pool. I live in a community in North Carolina. It has a gym, all access. We pay for it through the HOA. There was no pool lift. So even if I wanted to use the pool to help me, I couldn't get into it. So it took me and my father 3 years to be able to get them to install a pool lift. Only after I left bad reviews, we had to get the mayor of our town to email them and insist that they give me accessibility to something that I'm paying for. So even though the treatments are available, it's kind of ridiculous that I have to beg someone to give me access to it.
Sure. How can that help you if you can't access it? Can you help us understand?
Pay for it.
Right. Yeah. And you're paying for it. It's not even a matter of cost. It's just pure access. But I do want to, kind of understand, since that is a different type of treatment approach than we've heard before, how did that help you in your life?
I was having a lot of balance issues. I can still walk in my home, but I have to use a power chair outside. Balance, it really is an issue. I can just step wrong and I'm on the floor. So my father, through again, insurance doesn't cover things that they don't find as a necessity, but he purchased me a floor lift. It's an indie floor lift. And what happens is when I fall, he wheels it to where I am and it slides under me and it lifts me into a standing position. Now, so many people do not have access to this because it's so expensive. Sure. So it's just, a lot of it is just accessibility, dealing with that.
Absolutely. Danny, thank you so much. Before I go, I know we have another phone caller who wants to share some of his experiences from Brazil, actually, but I want to check in with Mark and see what's been coming in.
Amy from Pennsylvania says, this is something in the depression symptom treatment. I've taken many brands of depression medications, Lyrica, Tramadol, etc., for pain. All the medications result in weight gain of 25 pounds or more, and that just again adds further and further. To echo Danny's, some of her comments. Of course, gyms have been closed, and Alan used to go to the gym before COVID, and now he feels like his disease has progressed and is progressing because of the inability to access that. Again, just people trying to keep some, part of the function and mobility and strength while they're waiting on therapies to stop the disease.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. And thank you for all of you that have been writing in. So to our phone caller, we have Eduardo from Brazil, who wants to talk about his experience with some different treatment approaches. Eduardo, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mark. Here is Eduardo Silveira from Brazil, from FSHD Brazil, Abrafield. And I have had several treatments in the last 27 years since I was diagnosed. I've used anabolic steroids, anti-inflammatories, cortisone, and vitamins. I use CBD, but I don't feel any effects.
Okay.
The only treatment that I actually felt a difference was Ayurveda in India. Basically, massages, natural medicines made in the Indian hospital, warm foods without beef, alcohol, and cold and raw foods. A lot of turmeric, of course. And yoga was very good for me. I do weight training and physiotherapy every day. But in this pandemic moment, I have been training a little and feel more weakness, and I believe that's due to lack of exercise.
Sure. So you notice that when you're able to exercise and do PT more, you feel stronger, and now that you've not been able to do it, you feel some weakness. Can you kind of describe, kind of what does that mean? Can you give us an example of how you've noticed that?
Yes, now I need to do exercise in my home, and it's very difficult here.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Eduardo. That was great to hear you, and thanks for tuning in from Brazil. I want to bring it back to our Zoom panel here and see if George has any thoughts on current treatments that he would like to share.
Sure, thank you. Appreciate being on the panel. My name's George. I live near Tampa, Florida. I'm 53 years old. I was diagnosed in my late 20s. Actually, I had symptoms in my late 20s, diagnosed in my late 30s, and now I'm in my early 50s. Looking back, I've had this my whole life as I think about playing sports as a kid. Slow runner, could never do a pull-up, do a ton of push-ups. Now I can't do one. So it's, and then it's progressed in the late 20s, my right leg, then my left leg, then my upper body. So it's a slow burn for me, fortunately, but it is happening. The thing that sort of keeps me going is exercise, and it's made a significant difference. I was a bicycle racer for a long time until my mid 30s when my right leg and then left leg started to go, but I still ride regularly. I think it's a great exercise like swimming. It's non-bearing, which I think is important. If I don't move, then my muscles get really tight and really achy, and it just doesn't feel good. Certain things I can, as I said, I can still ride. I continue to do it. I want to make sure I never gain a lot of weight because I think adding weight is detrimental. If I put 20 pounds on, it'll be a lot harder to move. And I'm careful about it. I trip once a day, so I wear boots and I'm careful with my walking. I can't pedal on a stationary bike with one leg called single pedal. I can't do that. I can't stand up on my bike and on a trainer to ride because the tibial anterior muscles aren't working and the left calf muscle is not working. But having said all of that, what's really important to keep moving is my muscles that are still healthy are stronger and can continue to get stronger. And what's so important about that is they provide balance to the muscles that are weak. The weaker muscles are never getting better. I'm never going to do a sit-up again. I'm never going to do a push-up. Really hard to reach stuff over my head. That's not coming back. But if I can delay the onset as long as I can, then it'll certainly help me, and then help potential caregivers not have to do as much as I get older.
Sure. So I have two questions for you, George. One, just because I haven't heard it yet, you mentioned the boots and being able to help avoid tripping. I want to hear a little bit more about just what that actually is. But then I also want to, if you can just tell us a little bit about what your actual exercise regimen is these days, because it sounds like it is helping you. Just want to get a little bit more of a picture of that.
Sure. So everyone spoke here. Many people spoke about AFOs. I have them. I've tried them. I hate them. They're uncomfortable. As Jeff said, you can't drive with them. They actually fatigue my legs more because it's now it's trying to mimic the normal gait, which is trying to use the muscles that are weaker. So it actually gets more fatiguing. So I've gone to, if I'm around the house, super light tennis shoes. I still got to be careful. When I'm out, 100% of the time I'm wearing boots, sort of higher boots with a stiff ankle that allows me to walk better. I will tell you, it gets worse over time. Here's my sort of measure. As I walk through airports, I think I'm walking normal, but I can see the wave of people watching me. So obviously my gait is not normal. It's getting worse and worse as I sort of flop through. But certainly the boots have helped give stability. I still got to think about it as all of us do. I hate going downstairs. Upstairs is okay. Downstairs is frankly terrifying. I'm holding onto the rail, and I'm not letting go of it. And that's just what I have to do. From an exercise perspective, as I mentioned, I've been riding bikes for since 1988, so since college, and I've never really stopped. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit. I can still do it. I can still do it for long periods of time. Again, I think because it's non-weight bearing, it's different, and it's so important to keep the cardio healthy anyways as our muscles get weaker. That's just sort of normal advice for anybody. I have been supplementing with weights, mostly body weights, not a lot of heavy weights. I tried that. I got sore, and I don't think it really helped a lot. So a little bit of yoga, mostly body weights, mostly focused on core, and certain things I cannot do. I can't lift 5 pounds over my head with my left arm. I think we've all experienced, I'm left-handed, my left side is weaker. And I think that happens because of you. So I just try to stay in tune with it. If I feel better, I do it. If I need to take a break and rest, I rest. But again, strengthening the healthier muscles is absolutely critical to, making this work for as long as we can.
Absolutely. And again, seeing head nods, both here in the room and our other Zoom panels. Yeah. We have a caller from Austin, Texas. That's Michael, that wants to share some of his treatment experience. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I am Michael Leskowitz. I am 45 years old. I'm from Austin, Texas. For many years, I took diltiazem, which is a calcium channel blocker, which is, I believe, the prescribed use is for a mitral valve prolapse for a heart condition. My folks were professors at Texas Tech University Medical School, and they did a lot of research back in the late 90s after I was diagnosed at 23 that showed that blocking calcium in the muscles would prove to be beneficial. And there was since a study done, I believe, a number of years ago that showed that it was not effective. I did see some improvement. I started to have other side effects from the medication after a number of years of intestinal issues and lightheadedness. So I stopped. But I know that I feel like there was something there. And even if it's not necessarily, the medication diltiazem, excuse me, I do feel like there was something there to blocking the calcium flow to the muscles that proved to be beneficial.
So when you say you felt something there, what do you mean by that? Just
Yeah, sorry. I felt an overall improvement in. I can't say I felt my muscles necessarily getting larger, but I certainly felt more fluidity in my gait. More confidence in my movements. And I don't know how much of that was a placebo effect, but I took it for quite a while, and I don't think it was completely a placebo effect. So I just wanted to say that I think there was something there. I don't know exactly what, but I do feel like there was something there. And Yeah, and just on a broader scale, excuse me, I'm a musician as well. I'm a drummer of all things, which has caused me to have to adapt how I move quite a bit over the years. I've heard a lot of people talk about diet, exercise, all those things. Obviously, those are really paramount for staying healthy and mental health as well.
Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate to everybody out there, keep your chin up, because what you guys are doing, what this society is doing today, is just, it's the most important thing I've seen in a long, long time, maybe ever. And I'm so very grateful, and I really just wanted to say that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent, excellent. You know, I don't know what's the next step and all that. You're the boss here. But
just want to see any before we move on to looking towards the future, any other unique treatment experience?
There's a couple. Allie, mother of 14-year-old Sam, is kind of reflecting on what George had said. Of course, she said, we've tried creatine supplements, selenium, zinc, CoQ10, moderate exercise. Nothing seemed to make a difference. Has braces for wrist, back, AFOs. And then she says this, and it echoes what George had said. At some point, bracing becomes more of a hindrance than a help.
Yeah.
And that I know some people believe in it and wear them and find better mobility. And yet, as this community, balances on either side, some just can't. And then there's two real quick, just back to back, Ashley from Texas and Susan from Lawrence, Kansas. Both of them are talking about really pain medication, more oxycodone and hydrocodone in particular. Ashley says, when facing severe pain daily, we're sitting ducks for becoming drug addicts. Prescription pain meds are highly addictive, don't work for long, quit helping or devastate your liver and kidneys. And we heard that from Jeff, I believe, about, the liver damage and stuff. And then Susan said our son began taking oxycodone and hydrocodone for his severe pain, which are helpful, but he worries about becoming an addict and tries not to take the pill every day, only when the pain is just unbearable.
Sure. Thank you, Mark. So that takes us now. I think we've done a lot of work together, and you all helping explain to us your current approaches to treatment, both the good and the bad, so to speak. But we want to use our remaining time together today to really now look towards the future. And while I think we can all agree that we would love a cure for FSHD, we want to understand, kind of short of that, what it is you all are specifically looking for from that future treatment. To help us with that, we want to start off with our final polling question of the day. So if we can go to the fifth polling question for this session, which, again, please pull out your phone, open up that browser, go to pollev.com/FSHD. We want to know, short of that cure, what outcome is most meaningful to you in a future treatment? And we want you to please select your top choice. Your options are A, slowing or stopping the loss of muscle function, B, regaining strength and or muscle function, C, lessening pain or fatigue, D, preserving respiratory or lung function, E, improving hearing or sight loss, or F, some other, something else that would be meaning to you in a future treatment that's not listed here on this slide. And again, please select your top choice. I know that may be hard. There may be multiple things listed here that would be of value to you, but we want to try to understand from you what is the most important of these different possible benefits that you could get from a future treatment. All right, so while you're thinking about this, while final responses are coming in, as it stands, it looks like about 2/3 of our patients represented today as their top choice for what outcome that they would want that would be meaningful. It would be a slowing or stopping of the loss of muscle function. After that, at about 30% of you would like to see some actual regaining of strength and or muscle function from that next future treatment. And then some small numbers of you prioritized lessening the symptoms, the pain or fatigue, and preserving respiratory or lung function. It doesn't look like anyone has rated either improving hearing or sight loss or some other treatment outcome that's not listed on this slide as being kind of a top choice treatment outcome that you're looking for. So thank you all so much for participating in these polling questions. We're going to come back here to our Zoom panel, but before we do, I want to, this will be our last pitch for you to call in and share your experience, your thoughts, and at this point, want to hear your preferences for that future treatment. Why is it, what is it specifically that you're looking for from what might come next, and what would be that look like in terms of how it would benefit your life? Again, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231 to tell us what you're looking for from future treatments. I'd love to start off with a couple of our Zoom callers. Cardin, can we start with you? What are you looking for from a future treatment?
Thanks, James. And I think we've made it pretty clear what we want to see in a treatment, but I also want to add on to how the treatment will be delivered once we do get that. And considering that, so is it oral? Is it an injection? Do you have to go to another location to get the treatment? And what are those side effects after it? Looking at SMA, and my friend has to go every 8 weeks to a facility, and then they have spinal migraines, which is excruciating for a whole week. She can't turn on any lights. And so also when I'm thinking about needles and injecting it, I have low dexterity in my hands, so I won't be able to really inject anything into my muscles. So for me, I think it would be beneficial to have an oral tablet so that maybe it's once a day, once a week, whatever it is, that would be the easiest way to take the treatment, if that could be possible.
No,
thank you.
Absolutely. And Cardin, thank you for keeping this broad. We absolutely want to hear whatever it is that you're looking for from future treatment. It could be some of those quote unquote benefits that we saw on the slide before, but absolutely is not limited to that. It could be avoiding some side effects, great example, Cardin, that you gave, or other aspects like the way that it's administered, or the amount of time or burden it takes to actually be treated. So glad to hear, Cardin, that you have some thoughts about that, and thank you for sharing it. I want to go to George, or not George, sorry, Jeff, and ask Jeff if he has any thoughts on this.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I would love to see therapeutics that would, slow or stop the progression, obviously, but more specifically for those of us who are still lucky enough to be able to exercise. Being able to continue to do that for hopefully the rest of their lives has just huge, not only physical benefits, but it's got a lot of also psychological benefits. And we've all heard today how difficult it is with this disease, trying to slay the dragon every day and just trying to get through the day. And when you're able to exercise, you start to fire off these, serotonin and dopamine reactions in your brain. And that really has a huge impact on attitude and behavior and mood, and being able to lift your mood to take on the battles that we all have to take on every day. I think it could pay huge dividends.
Absolutely. Danny, Maureen, George, quick show of hand if you want to add anything on this question before we move to some phone callers. Okay, George, then Maureen.
Yeah, again, thank you all for hosting us. I just wanted to comment that, we spend billions of dollars in this country trying to solution preventable diseases. And it's acceptable as you take a pill and you're cured. Well, this group of people haven't signed up for this. It just happened, and we were dealt a bad deck of cards. And you can see from this in this community that it's extremely proactive. We want to, we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to do the right thing for ourselves, for our family, for our subsequent generations. So we're expecting a cure here soon. And as we said, we're not expecting a lot, meaning if we can if we can just stop it from getting worse, that's a significant milestone. And that'll probably reduce pain. And then ultimately we'll get to how to regenerate muscle. So I think this is a great day for all of us. And I think we should keep telling our story and keep, beating the drums and continue to finance the scientists and continue to talk to the FDA and make this thing happen. I'm highly encouraged. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, George. And we want to continue to encourage all of our participants to keep sending and sharing what that next treatment would mean for them. So Maureen, any thoughts from you?
One thing I just wanted to mention is that I suffer from the disease myself, but so does my son, my 16-year-old son. So for me, a treatment that would stop the progression in place would mean his future, right? In a place where everything is uncertain. Not for me. I'm an adult and I feel like I can handle things better than that. But as a mother, there's nothing I wouldn't do to give him a sense of future. And the uncertainty in this disease and the progression and not knowing where it's going to end up or how you're going to end up and what life choices you can make dependent upon that are just so difficult. So stopping the disease where it is, at least we'd be able to help him on his life journey. So just wanted to put that out there.
No, thank you so much. It's not just about yourself, but about the next generation too, and their hopes for the future. So I want to thank our Zoom panel for joining us today. We're going to move to our phone callers. We have a number who have called in and want to share some of their treatment preferences for the future. Like we have William from California that has called in to speak on this topic. William, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, William.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, for me, what I would be looking for in the future would be just the slowing and progression of the disease. I was diagnosed back in 1998 when I was about 18 years old, and I'd gone from a very outdoorsy person that did a lot of outdoor recreational activities to now just having a hard time getting around and doing my necessary day-to-day activities. I've been reading a book about the human body, and one of the interesting things I was reading about it is that when you stand up, for a normal person, it takes about 200 muscles all kind of aligning together and helping you to get up. And, for me, I'm probably at 20 muscles now. And so if I can just keep those 20 to still be able to get up and do some of the day-to-day activities, that would mean a difference between, what future jobs I can do and what activities I can do with my friends and family.
Sure. No, that was extremely insightful, Will. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing that. We also have Shireen from LA that wants to speak to some of her thoughts for future treatments. Shireen, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, this is Shireen from Los Angeles. I'm 52 years old. I'm married with children, and I have been online for the past 3 days listening to researchers and clinicians and amazing doctors in their quest to help us. Sorry.
It's okay.
From these last 3 days, I know there's currently a trial testing the effects of loss of Heimat on stopping or slowing the course of FSH, which is a DUX14. And if we can stop this gene, we can stop the progression of the disease and focus on gaining our strength back, which will reduce the stress that all of us are going through
of not knowing if and when it will get worse. I've heard over and over today, and I keep hearing, if only there was a medication I could take that would stop the progression, it would be life-changing. Well, it seems to me that the drug is here, and it's called lossopimod. If I could take medication that I knew would prevent me from being in a wheelchair, it would take a huge burden off my shoulders, knowing that my disease will not progress and I will not become more of a burden to my family. I struggle to walk. I struggle to pick up objects. I struggle to put plates in a dishwasher. I struggle to put my hair up in a ponytail. The biggest struggle is to keep a brave face in front of my family and my friends. And the next biggest struggle is the unknown. And I feel like having a medication to take away that unknown, that I know that I'm not going to get worse, would be life-changing. I cannot and I will not give up. And I pray every night that this will be the year where there is a drug available. This disease is a progressive disease, which means that every day is counting for us. And I'm pleading with the FDA to accelerate the approval of lossopimod, because you could help thousands of us and thousands of those who don't yet know that they have it, including all our beautiful children. I can live with the pain and the physical struggle, but living with the uncertainty of not knowing how fast this disease will progress is debilitating. I believe that you, the FDA, have the power to help us all, to give us back our lives and to prevent our children from living with these struggles. And I implore you to dig deep and give lossopimod your utmost priority. Because if it works and you let us have access to it, it will change so many lives.
Wow.
I've heard that it also has been proven to have very little side effects and has already been proven safe in humans.
Yeah, Shireen,
And if we could just stop to slow this progression, we could focus on building strength.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think really, helping emphasize the unknown and the unpredictability, but also the fear of being a burden on your family. But Mark,
Shireen was talking about hearing talk over the last 3 days. We've kind of stacked a lot of our activities. We host, I think, 2.5 decades now, an international research congress. This year was the largest with 280 physicians and researchers. And so, again, it was an online platform. And then we had our Patient Connect conference with over 450 patients. And Shireen, of course, listened to all of the news and all of the updates and is well educated now, but ready to go with that.
Yeah. So I think we have time for one more caller. Then, Mark, if you can, we'll give the written commenters the last word today, knowing that they've been diligently sending in their thoughts.
Yes.
So I'd like to actually go to Laura from New York, who wants to share some of her thoughts about what she would like to see from a future treatment and how that would impact her ability to work. So, Laura, are you with us?
Yes, hi, this is Laura. I'm from New York, and the biggest priority for me in a treatment would be to stop the progression of this disease or at least slow it down significantly. And one of the reasons for me is that I have worked all of my life, and I'm a teacher, and I need to be able to speak clearly so my students can understand me. And and I need to use my hands to type and to make reports. And if I lose that, I will lose my career. And that career is my contribution to the world. I don't know who I would be without that. There are days when it's hard for me to. I suddenly find myself, hard to get a word out in the middle of a lesson, and I'm thinking, is this it? Is this it? So a treatment that would stop the progression, that would mean everything. That would be my entire life. So thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. And many callers or many people who've written in say exactly the same thing that Laura has said. Brian from Oakland, he indicated that it would be great to live without fear of decline. Be very, very happy with slowing or stopping the loss of muscle function. Kate from the UK, it would be incredible to live without fear of further decline. Laura said that meaningful progress would erase her daughter's fears about the future, so that she wouldn't have to wonder about how much muscle FSHD will steal from her, and on and on and on. And just to finish, Mark from Ohio, I would say that most of us would say not to get worse.
Yeah.
And that kind of echoes what we've heard here this afternoon.
Yes, loud and clear, I think. So that concludes the part of the discussion where we're going to be discussing current and future approaches to treatment, and really actually wraps up all of our input from all of you today. It has been an incredible day. As your moderator, having listened to you, our panelists and their video testimonies, our Zoom panels, our phone callers, our written commenters, you all have truly been brave in doing something that is not common, not something that we often ask, of patient communities to do, which is to pull back that curtain and share with us, really what it really is like to live with a condition, or how well treatments really are working. It's in our human instinct to want to be hopeful and talk about our perseverance. And I know from everything I've heard from this community that you are a strong community. You do persevere. But what you did today was truly special. And
yes.
It's been hard for me to sit here with Mark and hold back the tears that I heard many of you share as you were sharing your own stories. So as the moderator, I just want to personally thank you for doing everything you've done today. I know that it is going to have an impact, but you're going to hear more about the future and what this can mean in some of the closing statements. So with that, let me just close by saying that if you haven't had a chance to say everything that you wanted today, maybe we just couldn't get to you, maybe you didn't want to, you weren't ready to share it yet, or maybe you're sitting at the dinner table tonight and you think, man, I can't believe I didn't think of this during the meeting. Well, we're going to be collecting written comments through the end of July. You can come back to this webpage and share those written comments. We want you to do that. Every written comment will be considered as part of the summary report. If you're watching this on demand, you didn't have an opportunity to participate with us live today on June 29th, you too can write in and share your comments as well. So with that, I want to introduce a speaker who will be providing some summary remarks, a little bit of trying to do the impossible and capture what was heard from all of you today. And that's my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer. Larry has a long history of working in rare diseases, having spent 17 years as a research nurse at the NIH, then moved to FDA, where he helped found the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drugs, worked there for 10 years as a champion for rare disease patients, and for the last year has been working with me in the world of patient-focused drug development. So without further ado, Larry.
Thank you very much, James and Mark. It's been an incredible meeting. I would like to echo some of the things that James said, that thanks to all of the people who have participated today and made this possible. It's been a tremendous learning, I think, for all of us, even for clinicians, people that work in this space. So I'm going to try to give a summary of what we heard today in just a few minutes. There was a lot said, and if I do miss something, please know that everything will end up in the Voice of the Patient report. We will put all the comments and everything we heard today. So facioscapular humeral muscular dystrophy, or FSHD, we learned it's an autosomal dominant disorder that often occurs in families. It's a serious disease with unmet medical need, and it can be extremely disabling and can be life-shortening. And it's one of the most common muscular dystrophies. And there's approximately 21,000 people in the United States that we know that are affected. About 95% of people have symptoms before the age of 20. And we also learned that there's an infantile form of the disease that has very rapid progression and usually early loss of ambulation and possibly has respiratory effects. Different people, as we've heard today, can present with the disease in different ways. They can have asymmetric muscle involvement, so more involvement on one side of the body than the other. But it's also mostly a skeletal muscle disease. And the diagnosis is usually made both by a combination of doing a clinical assessment as well as genetic testing. And as I said, it can be familial, but we also heard that there are de novo mutations, genetic mutations without any prior history at all. And when there's a familial pattern, there can be different presentations amongst the members of the same family. So we moved to panel 1, where we focused on what are some of the most important symptoms and what are the impacts of those symptoms. I thought one of the quotes from someone really captured it. They said, "My body feels like an iceberg going south." Some of the early symptoms can be muscle weakness or weakness in facial muscles that shows as either a transverse smile, or people have incomplete eyelid closure, especially at night, and weakness in the mouth muscles. Some of the scapular effects are scapular winging. We also heard about lordosis and scoliosis in the spine, and there also can be effects on the abdominal muscles. One of the major symptoms that people develop is impaired walking and running. One of the callers said that he had not been able to walk since 5th grade, so this can progress sometimes rapidly. There's weakness and muscle wasting both in the arms as well as the legs and abdominal muscles. A person said, "I couldn't propel my legs. It felt like they weren't mine." Because of this impairment on walking and running, there's a lot of effects on school. Some of the people talked about what it's like to be in school and have to go upstairs to participate in gym classes, to use public restrooms. Other people spoke about the impacts on their job. One person talked about the effects on participating in Boy Scouts. And many people talked about their eventual dependence on using scooters and motor wheelchairs. Another symptom that's significant is fatigue. One caller said that after she went to work, she had to come home and recuperate for the evening. And this can have impacts on social life and ability on social life. And one person talked about going out with their friends, where sometimes she'd have to cancel at the last minute. Another important side effect from the muscle effects is tripping and falling. And these falls can be serious and cause a variety of injuries, including fractured bones, abrasions, and head injuries. People have thought that the falling person was drunk and didn't reach out to help them. Falls can be as common as a couple times a week. And there's also these falling can be accompanied by fear, like about falling while you're alone or in the rain, or hurting your head and not being found. People talked about only being able to walk short distances. One person said that if she falls, she must crawl to a bed or other piece of furniture to pull herself up. For some folks, impaired arm movement is the most impactful. Imagine being tied up by a burglar and you couldn't move your arms more than 6 inches and you need to scratch your head. One person had to give up being an artist from not being able to manipulate the brush any longer. And there are serious impacts on the ability to do self-care, especially in using bathrooms in public. People don't understand when people with HFSD can't smile. It can affect their speech. One caller used to give speeches professionally, but no longer can present clearly. She said, sometimes I've watched a video of myself and I don't recognize the person on the screen. Another serious symptom is pain. The pain can manifest in the ankles, the back, the neck, and for some people, it's constant pain. One of the most important things we heard about today was the emotional impacts of this disease. Some people said the emotional impacts are worse than the physical. It can cause depression, anxiety, stress. Some talked about feeling embarrassed by their difficulties. One caller talked about not being invited to a family barbecue because he was in a wheelchair. It can limit the ability for people to do chores at homes, and it's progressive. It can affect self-esteem, especially in developing children. Some people have questioned having children themselves, and one person talked about the regrets that they had made the decision never to have children. People have cycles of loss of both things they like to do as well as things they need to do. Someone said we go through stages of grieving. There's an inability to predict how the disease will progress, and life is hard enough on its own. One quote, when someone progressed to needing to use a wheelchair, I had to choose safety over my ego. FSHD is a dream crusher. It's an obstacle to relationships with others. One nice global statement was, if I could describe my life in a single word, it would be adaptive. Then we moved to panel 2, where we talked about treatments and hopes for the future. So it's very obvious that there currently are insufficient, meaningful treatments for FSHD. The treatments we have available are almost completely just treating symptoms and are not disease modifying. During the polling, about 85% of the people said that the current regimen gives somewhat or very little control over their condition. Some of the things people are doing to try to help are using adaptive equipment, including walkers, wheelchairs, splints, railings, elevator lifts. Adaptations in eating can include trying to eat softer foods, smaller meals, and avoiding fatigue around mealtime, which can lead to aspiration. There are no good medications for the muscle wasting. People have tried steroids, which can help symptoms, but can cause side effects such as pneumonia. Steroid injections, though, can offer short-term pain relief. People are trying things like CBD cream, THC cream, back braces, acupuncture, meditation, sound baths, yoga, and massage. All of these help some people, and oftentimes it's to help with the anxiety and the depression around the disease. Physical therapy and aquatic therapy can be helpful. Pilates, cycling, and other forms of exercise can help to maintain muscle strength. It's not really a treatment, someone said, but it can help with the strength. Some folks use artificial tears at night for the eye closure to prevent drying. And someone else also mentioned having eyelid surgery to help this problem. Another form of surgery is scapular fusion surgery, but this carries risks of infection, pain, and decreased pulmonary function. It has a long rehab period. Someone had spinal fusion, but then decreased spinal flexibility. The scapular surgery can limit range of motion and cause large scars on the back. But for some people, it has really helped with scapular winging, and it can improve quality of life. For one person, they had spinal surgery to help correct lordosis, and it helped their digestion and their posture and ulcers, but it had the consequence of them not being able to walk again. Future treatments that are going to be developed may be genetic, or they may address downstream pathology such as inflammation or muscle atrophy. Overall, people would like to see a treatment that would stop or slow disease progression. If they could do that, then they could work on building up muscle strength again. They'd like to see a treatment that could help regain muscle, especially in the abdomen, which they said affects so many things and would be life-changing. I'd like to look normal when walking, and I'd not have the mental stress and anxiety of worrying about every step I take with the fear of falling. Another person, I would like to get back what I've lost. And finally, one of the statements that I thought was really forward-looking, slowing the progression of this disease, even by as little as 25%, would be like hitting a double in baseball. stopping the progression altogether would be a home run. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. That was amazing. And that wraps up this FSHD Voice of the Patient meeting. We'll be keeping open the portal, as has been mentioned, through July 31st. If you would like to submit responses to your story and or responses of today's conversations, feel free to do that. We're planning to have the Voice of the Patient report ready sometime this fall, and we'll be sending out announcements when that's completed. Again, a special thanks to the FDA for your involvement and for providing this platform and this opportunity for our voices to be heard, as well as the assurance that our statements matter when determining promising therapeutic interventions. And a special thanks also to James and Larry. You guys are amazing, who have guided us through this process with both expertise and heart. And to the Dudley Digital team, whose technical expertise made this day possible in spite of the COVID crisis. I did tell them I was going to wait till the very end to say thank you. You guys, awesome. And I appreciate, of course, our sponsors who support our presenters and our panelists and our families who participated today. And truly working together, anything is possible. Thank you.